Hi guys, it's me, HD, and welcome to the final race day of the 2022 Formula 1 season for, of course, the 2022 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Great to see you all here for the final race day of the season. Hopefully not the final time this year, but yeah, I'm sure it's going to be, I think, a better than expected final race of the season. I know plenty of times here in Abu Dhabi we've had some pretty bad races. I definitely agree that some of them have been pretty poor, but with the track alterations that we've had for last year, and of course last year's Grand Prix was, well, infamous, and it wasn't really known for anything else than what happened on the final lap of that Grand Prix, but with these cars that can follow a lot better and, you know, the track being made a lot more for, you know, racing, I think we're going to get a decent Grand Prix today. Not an amazing classic race or anything like that, but it will be a decent ending to what's been a good season. Not the greatest season, definitely could have been better, but it's been, you know, still a good Formula 1 season. We've had some exciting moments, some exciting Grand Prix as well. And of course, tomorrow I'll be getting into my review of the season. But for today, we of course need to finish off this Formula 1 season. And yeah, great to see all you guys here for this Grand Prix. And no matter what time it is in your part of the world or where you are from, I hope you're all having as best a day as possible given whatever circumstances you are going through. And hopefully with me and my co-commentator Niblo, who will be joining in about an hour and 20 minutes from now, you will be joining us in watching along and enjoying, hopefully, the final race of the season. And yeah, the race starting in just under 2 hours' time. And of course, as usual, in the build-up to the Grand Prix, we have plenty to get into. Obviously, I'll go through the teams and get into how I think they'll get on in this Grand Prix today. We'll get into also the data from qualifying yesterday in looking at, you know, just what team or driver were quick in what sector and how it, you know, shaped what happened in qualifying and gave us the starting grid that we do have for today's race. And also, we will be getting into the what do you call it? We will be getting into the what do you call it? I'm trying to think what else are we going to be getting into. Oh, also, we're going to be getting into the race pace data from practice 2. Annoyingly, I forgot actually to set up the scenes in OBS, which is, yeah, really annoying because I should have done that before the stream started. So, unfortunately, I will have to do that, you know, live on the stream. So, that won't be the greatest way of doing things. But, yeah, unfortunately, that's how I'm going to have to do things today because I'm an idiot. But, yeah, I'll get into some of the data from Friday practice 2, looking at, you know, what the race pace was like for certain teams and drivers. And then I'll also, unfortunately, like I said, because I've not got those graphics ready, I will have to, bring up also the graphics showing my full race prediction for the Grand Prix today, from first all the way through to 20th position. So, yeah, I will have to get that up on screen, probably in half an hour's time or something like that. But, yeah, sorry about that. I'll try and get that on screen, like I said, in half an hour's time, and it'll be a bit messier and a bit less professional when I get it up on screen. But, yeah, I just simply forgot to do it. It's been, yeah, a busy morning for me trying to get things ready for this final race watch-along. And then, yeah, once we've gone through all the teams and I've gone into how I think they'll get on and gone through all the data, obviously, we'll bring Nib on about half an hour before the race begins. Obviously, we'll hear from him what he has to say in regards to the race today. And he'll probably give his thoughts as well on the Formula 1 season for 2022. And then in an hour and 55 minutes from now, the race will begin. And then after that, obviously, we'll watch along the race, take you through the race. Then I'll be reacting with you guys for at least an hour after the race as to what happened in the Grand Prix. So yeah, plenty heading your way over the next few hours. But before we get into the teams and how I think they're going to do in this Grand Prix, let me get into the results of qualifying and our starting grid for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. So, in qualifying, it was a Red Bull 1-2, Max Verstappen on pole position, with Sergio Perez in second. Charles Leclerc ended up third, with Carlos Sainz in fourth. Ferrari, thankfully, showing a lot more pace in qualifying yesterday than they showed in practice. And then it was Lewis Hamilton fifth, George Russell sixth, with Lando Norris in seventh, Ocon eighth, and Sebastian Vettel ninth, and Daniel Ricciardo in P10. Now, the top 9 is how it will be on the grid. Ricciardo, though, because of his 3-place grid penalty for, for hitting Kevin Magnussen off in Brazil and then causing the whole chain of events for, him and Magnussen to retire from the race and crash into each other, Ricciardo will have a 3-place grid penalty. So Ricciardo will be starting in 13th place, meaning that it'll be Fernando Alonso in 10th, Yuki Tsunoda 11th, Mick Schumacher 12th, and then Ricciardo 13th, with Stroll 14th, Zhou 15th, Magnussen 16th, and then Gasly 17th, Bottas 18th, and then the back row of the grid will be Albon and Latifi in the Williams cars. But, yeah, not the most dramatic grid order in the world. Obviously, the top 6, team by team. And then you have, McLaren and Alpine on the 4th row of the grid. The only surprises, I guess you could say, given how this season is gone, is probably Ricciardo being in the top 10, because he's not been in the top 10 that many times in 2022 in qualifying. And then Tsunoda and Mick Schumacher being a bit higher up as well is a bit of a surprise. And definitely for Mick Schumacher being a bit higher up is a bit of a surprise, because normally qualifying is where he struggles the most. But other than that, yeah, the grid doesn't look... also, yeah, Gasly and Bottas being as low down as they are is a bit of a surprise, I guess you could say as well. But other than that, the starting grid doesn't look, that dramatic or as exciting as starting grids we've had in 2022. For example, like we had last weekend for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix, and like we've had for other Grand Prix where we've had grid penalties or a wet qualifying or, stuff like that. So, yeah, not the most exciting starting grid, but I still think, like I said, I still think we'll get a decent Grand Prix today. Plenty of racing, and be interesting to see what happens on strategy as well in this Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. But now let's get into the front-running teams. And of course, we'll start off with Red Bull Racing. 1-2 in qualifying. They were so quick, and they were clearly, by not miles, but they were clearly the fastest team in qualifying yesterday. And given their pace so far this weekend, they have, without a doubt, the best pace this weekend of any team. And it is going to be, in this race today, very, very hard, not impossible, but very, very hard to stop Red Bull Racing. Max Verstappen producing a great lap in the end, despite a bit of a tricky qualifying session where he wasn't, at his most comfortable. Got a great pole position lap in and did very, very well, and deservedly got his 3rd pole position in a row at the Yas Marina circuit. Sergio Perez as well, a great job by him to get onto the front row, because his first run in Q3 was not the greatest run, I have to say, but then, responded well and ended up getting on the front row vitally for Red Bull, because I think Red Bull, in this race today, will probably have the best race pace of any team. So, obviously vital that Red Bull, to get the best result possible, get the best qualifying result they can, realistically, and that's what they did. And yeah, in qualifying yesterday, as we'll get into when we get into the sector time data from qualifying yesterday, Red Bull were, in qualifying, about 0.2 of a second quicker, I would say, than Ferrari, and then probably, I don't know, 6, 7 tenths of a second quicker than Mercedes. Compared to Mercedes, that gap will come down by probably half. They won't be quite that much quicker than the Mercedes team, but of course they will be much faster than Ferrari, as they normally are on race day. And this race today, to be honest, is going to be very simple, I think, for Red Bull. As long as both drivers get away, first and second, obviously no funny business on the first lap. I know, of course, Perez and Verstappen have been a bit, at blows in the last few days because of what happened in Brazil. But as long as the two drivers, maintain position and they don't allow any of the Ferrari cars or Mercedes cars to get a run on them into a braking zone, then they should be able then, from the end of lap 1 and going into lap 2, they should be able to pull away from the Ferraris and Mercedes behind. Again, the gap in terms of how much per lap they're going to be quicker compared to Mercedes won't be as much as it was yesterday, but compared to Ferrari, who are the team right behind them, obviously both Ferraris behind them on the second row of the grid, Ferrari will then probably start to hold up the Mercedes behind, and that is Red Bull's chance then to sprint off into the distance. And as far as I'm concerned, with Red Bull, from a strategic point of view, if they want to win this race today, very comfortably and not have to worry about Hamilton, Russell, and even the Ferrari team behind, what they need to do, obviously, like I said, maintain position, and then as Ferrari start to back up the Mercedes, because Ferrari will have a lot less pace today, as we know they normally do on a race day, they need to really push hard and, push off into the distance and try and build a very healthy lead over the Ferrari cars behind, or the Ferrari car behind, rather than both Ferrari cars, because maybe, you never know, Hamilton or Russell could get ahead of, say, Carlos Sainz on the first lap. But if by then the first pit stop they've built, a 7 to 10 second lead over, say, the highest placed Ferrari, then at that point they're, in a very comfortable zone where, even if the cars behind pit earlier than them, they can easily respond the next lap. Then they'll have the, 1 lap fresher tyres, and then they should be able to once again pull away. And the only team really Red Bull need to worry about in this race today is Mercedes. And of course, they'll be preoccupied for the first half of this race, at least, with Ferrari. So, yeah, for the first stint of the race, that's really where Red Bull need to focus hard. Just making sure they pull a very healthy and decent gap to the cars behind. And if they do so, then they will win the race quite comfortably. They won't win by, half a minute or anything like that compared to whoever finishes in third, but they will win by a pretty good margin, kind of like how Max Verstappen did in Mexico by, say, I don't know, somewhere between 10 and 20 seconds, if they can do what I said they need to do. And most likely they will be able to, because, like I said, their pace has been great all weekend, and their race pace on Friday looked very, very good compared to Mercedes and Ferrari. So, yeah, if you're a Red Bull fan, really, you should be expecting not just a race win, but a 1-2 finish. And my prediction is that Max Verstappen will win by a few seconds from Sergio Perez in second, and then quite a few seconds behind will be a Mercedes in third. I'll get into what Mercedes when I get to them in a moment. But yeah, for Red Bull, they're going to easily win today and get a 1-2 finish. And of course, that would then, if that did happen, secure Sergio Perez second in the championship, which, I mean, he's had a good season, Perez. I don't think he has been the second best driver this season. I think Leclerc's definitely been better than Perez, but, Perez has been consistent and has utilised the pace and consistency of the Red Bull car and team to be able to be right up there fighting. So, yeah, we'll see how Sergio Perez gets on. For the Ferrari team, qualifying yesterday was good to see, a lot more pace from them, because I was worried they were going to be probably on the third row of the grid. But yeah, second row of the grid it was. Maybe could have got a front row position in second place with Charles Leclerc. They were very close in the end, but even Leclerc said, I think after qualifying, that second or third doesn't really matter, because I think he knows and Ferrari know that Red Bull are just too quick for them, and this Grand Prix is going to be very, very tough for them. To be honest, if they finish on the podium, I think that would be a pretty good result for them, considering their lack of pace at the moment over a race distance. And even though they are third and fourth, for the whole of this Grand Prix, Mercedes will have the better pace. We've seen that this season. Well, not the whole season, but we've seen that for the majority of the second half of the season, that's been the case. But also, looking at the long run data from FP2, Mercedes were quite significantly quicker per lap on average compared to the Ferrari team. So yeah, Ferrari are in quite a bit of trouble going into this Grand Prix. I think really though, Ferrari, I mean, they've still got a chance of finishing on the podium, a decent chance of finishing on the podium, but I think the main opportunity for them, if they're going to, stay where they are, at least with Charles Leclerc, is going to come down to what type of strategy do they go for, and going, of course, for the right strategy. And the right strategy for them, I think, is to be aggressive. If they try and go longer into the race on their first stint, that will hurt them way more than if they go aggressive. And I think, not allowing them to, wear their tyres out towards the end of a stint as much as they do, and not go too long on the stints in this Grand Prix, is the best thing to do. I mean, that's why Carlos Sainz had a much better race in Brazil than we expected, because Ferrari, even though I think his first pit stop was because they needed to clear some debris from his brake duct, that strategy he actually went on to, which was it was a 2-stop race, I think it was, up until the safety car, but he was pitting earlier and being more aggressive than he wasn't being more aggressive, but the Ferrari team were being more aggressive with their strategy and more so calling the shots than they do other times in other Grand Prix. That's what Ferrari need to do in this race, because again, if they do like a 20 or more than, say, 20 lap stint in this race, I think they'll really, with their pace, start to suffer. And I think compared to Mercedes, the best thing to do is to pit earlier and just be more aggressive. So Mercedes are probably going to try and go at least 20 laps with the first stint of the race, maybe 25 laps. Ferrari, in my opinion, should... what tyre they start on is probably going to be the medium compound, because obviously this weekend we have the 3 softest compounds, and I think if Ferrari were to start on the soft, even if they pitted quite early, I think they would still suffer a bit on their pace if they were to start on the soft compound tyre. So yeah, I think starting on the medium is the best choice that Ferrari and really most of the teams could go for there. Yeah, what I would do if I was Ferrari is, pit, say, lap 15, a few laps before Red Bull and quite a few laps before Mercedes do, and then pit again around, say, between lap 32 and 35 for the second time. But again, that second pit stop would be, before, say, the second pit stop of Red Bull and second pit stop possibly of Mercedes, if Mercedes do decide to go for a second stop. So I think pitting earlier, going for undercuts and utilising the fresh tyres, I think is really the way Ferrari need to go, rather than going longer, because we've seen this season, the longer they go on a stint, their pace just degrades, no pun intended, horribly. So yeah, that's really, I think, the best chance Ferrari have got of finishing on the podium today, because of Mercedes and their much better race pace as we normally see. But I think even if they do go for a more aggressive strategy, they will miss out on the podium. But knowing Ferrari, the strategy they will go for just will be either the same as Mercedes and Red Bull, or they'll go for a strategy which is actually quite poor, as we see, multiple times over the last few years. Obviously, on strategy, they are very, very poor when it comes to the decisions they make. So I've got Ferrari finishing in 5th and 6th place, and I'll get into with my race prediction where, of course, I show, the gaps between the cars that I believe it'll be by the end of the race. I think Ferrari are going to be quite significantly far off, say, Red Bull by the end of the race, and even quite far away from Mercedes as well, because I think it's going to be just a real struggle today, and especially if they were to start the soft compound tyre, they would struggle really quite a lot in that first stint. So yeah, if you're a Ferrari fan, even though qualifying was better, don't expect an absolute ton from Ferrari today. A podium, like I said, would be a pretty good result for the Ferrari team. And quickly, we will go on to Mercedes-Benz. And for Mercedes, they were quite disappointing in qualifying yesterday, which looking at the sector times and the data to see where they were lacking the pace, it's not massively surprising where they were losing a lot of the pace, but they still underperformed because, as I'll get into in a minute, in the final sector in at the Yas Marina circuit yesterday, they weren't quite performing as well as we've seen in practice, and as well as I thought they could do given the type of corners in that final sector. So yeah, Mercedes not quite on the type of pace we thought they would be on. I mean, I didn't think they would be as quick as Red Bull, but I thought they would be, at worst, right around the pace of Ferrari, but they were quite clearly slower than Ferrari in qualifying. And that's, the first time that's happened since the US Grand Prix. And it does feel like it's not happened as much in the second half of the season, where Mercedes have been, significantly slower than Ferrari in qualifying. But, that was the case. Lewis Hamilton ended up in 5th with George Russell in 6th. I still think Mercedes will be fine, though. I still think they'll finish on the podium. And my prediction for them is for Lewis Hamilton to finish in 3rd place and for George Russell to finish in 4th. And the key, I think, for Mercedes to beat Ferrari is to obviously, try and get past them as soon as possible, because the longer they're held up behind Ferrari, then they're not going to be able to utilize their good pace to be able then to pull away from them and maybe put up an attack against Red Bull. But in terms of strategy, I'm not sure there's a particular strategy Mercedes actually need to go for to beat Ferrari today. I think if they were to pit earlier, as long as they didn't come out in too much traffic, I think they would probably beat Ferrari that way. And if they were to run, quite a few laps longer, I think they would probably, in the end, once they came out of their pit stop on fresher tyres, be able to beat Ferrari that way. So, yeah. I just think Mercedes, no matter the strategy, as long as they don't have like a really long pit stop or anything like that, I think they beat Ferrari today. I guess the only strategy that, could really pay off for them is if Ferrari do decide to be aggressive, or their tyre wear is really that bad, and Ferrari decide to come in, say, lap 15-ish for their first pit stop, and that would pretty much guarantee them, Ferrari, to be doing then a 2-stop race, given there'd be, another 43 laps to go. It might be worth Mercedes going a lot deeper into the race and maybe trying to do a 1-stop race. The only problem is it's going to be a lot easier to overtake today in this Grand Prix because of, obviously, how much better the cars are able to overtake and follow each other. And, with the long DRS zones we have and the lack of pace in a straight line Mercedes have, that is going to be an issue, because if Ferrari do get up behind them with DRS, it won't really be a contest. So, yeah, that type of strategy won't maybe pay off as much as it would have, say, 2 years ago with the different track layout and with the way the cars were then. So, yeah. But like I said, I think with almost every strategy they were to go, if they were to go with, let me rephrase that. If they were to go with any strategy, really, maybe except the odd one here or there, I think they come out on top compared to Ferrari. Because, again, their pace on the long runs normally are better, and they were in Friday practice too. So, if you're a Mercedes fan, I wouldn't be too disappointed with, how it's looking going into the Grand Prix, because I still think they'll get a podium. And if it did end up with Hamilton finishing 3rd, Russell 4th, and then Leclerc 5th and Carlos Sainz in 6th, of course, Mercedes are only 19 points behind Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship coming into this final Grand Prix. Mercedes would score, 27 points? Ferrari would score 18. So, of course, that would only be a gain of 9 points, and it would only go down to 10. So, what Mercedes probably need is to get, both cars in the top 4, and at least one of their cars either first and second, and maybe hope for a Ferrari, reliability issue or something like that. They're going to have to need quite a bit, I think, to go their way for them to get second in the championship, even though second in the championship, would be a good recovery for them. It wouldn't, of course, get them any extra wind tunnel aero testing time for 2023. But, yeah, for my prediction, I think it'll be Verstappen winning, Perez 2nd, Hamilton 3rd, Russell 4th, Leclerc 5th, and Carlos Sainz in P6. Let me know, guys, in the live chat, do you agree or disagree? And how do you think the front-running top teams, Red Bull, Ferrari, and Mercedes, will get on today in this Grand Prix? Let me know in the live chat. I'll set up a poll in just a moment to see what you guys have to say. Just want to say quickly, don't forget, if you are new to the channel, to subscribe for more content like this, because we will be doing practice, qualifying, and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2023. So make sure to come around for that next year, and make sure to subscribe to the channel. And of course, remember that tomorrow night at 6 PM UK time, I will be live for a thorough review of the 2022 Formula 1 season. So make sure to come along for that tomorrow night. And for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash the like button. Obviously does help the channel grow. It would be great if you could do that. And make sure as well, if you want to keep up with the content on my channel, to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 or ChazahD on Twitter. But before we get into the data that will, maybe help form your opinions of what's going to happen today, and has certainly helped form mine, let me set up this poll in the chat to see what you guys think going into the race. And the question I am going to ask is, who do you think will win the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix? And the options that I'm going to give are going to be Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, and Hamilton. I will go for as the options. And then we'll see what you guys say. And obviously, you can keep voting in that poll. And I'll post it at the top of the live chat in just a moment. And there you go. It is now posted. So make sure to vote on that poll, guys. My opinion is Max Verstappen will win the race today. Who do you think wins today's final race of the season? Let me know in the chat. And like I said, that poll will be running in the chat until, say, 5 to 10 minutes before the race starts. So, yeah, you can make sure to keep voting if you have not already. But we've got an hour and a half to go until lights out for the final time this season. And I'm now going to hide the timer because we're now going to get into the data. I will get the timer back on screen though, guys. Don't worry. In, 20 minutes or so. So, yeah, don't worry. I will get it back on the screen for you guys. But now, let's get into the data. And let's look at the sector time data from qualifying yesterday to see, just where certain teams and drivers were so quick. and not so quick. So in terms of the top teams, Sector 1 was pretty much level with the top 3 teams. I mean, Lewis Hamilton was the quickest by a few hundredths of a second, but yeah, that first sector not really that important compared to Sector 2 and Sector 3. And yeah, they're pretty much all on equalish pace in that first sector. Sector 2, though, is where Red Bull were just mentally quick. Sergio Perez was 4/10 of a second nearly quicker than Charles Leclerc in third, and Leclerc for the whole lap ended up only just behind Sergio Perez. So it shows you just how incredibly quick the Red Bull is, and was in qualifying yesterday in that middle sector. And that's really the sector where Red Bull, as long as no car behind them has DRS on them, that's the sector where they're going to pull away by quite a bit. And also Mercedes, the reason they were so slow in qualifying yesterday, I mean, the final sector times from them weren't great, but really it was the middle sector that was costing them, as George Russell was nearly half a second down on Sergio Perez, and both Mercedes about 4/10 of a second down on the pole sitter Max Verstappen. So yeah, just too much time being lost. And the reason is because their car fundamentally is not good in, long straights and also slow corners. And obviously the only corners in that middle sector is, the hairpin, which is obviously a slow corner, and then the turn 6 and 7 chicane. And we know the Mercedes car pretty poor in those slower corners. The thing is, though, with Mercedes, yeah, that final sector was just a bit surprising in how they weren't that quick, really, in the end. Because, George Russell was just over 1/10 of a second slower than Verstappen and Leclerc. And Hamilton was actually 1/10.5 slower than his own teammate. I would have expected Hamilton to be at least quicker than Russell, even though Russell, of course, is a very good driver in that final sector. But Mercedes not as quick in the final sector as really they should have been, given that, the car is pretty good in high-speed corners, and most of the corners in that final sector are high speed. So yeah, a bit surprising that they weren't right up there with Ferrari and Red Bull, but Ferrari slightly quicker than Red Bull in the end in that final sector. But overall for the lap, Red Bull, of course, and mainly due to the middle sector, were the quickest team in qualifying yesterday. And for the race today, they will be, I'm pretty sure, the quickest team out there. Also interesting to note that the only reason I think George Russell ended up behind Lewis Hamilton on the grid was because Russell had such a poor first sector where he was, 8th quickest, when Hamilton, of course, was the quickest man in the first sector and was nearly 2/10 of a second quicker in that first sector. So yeah, Russell could have actually got ahead of Hamilton if he had not had such a poor run through the first sector. I don't quite know why he was so poor in the first sector. We didn't see anything. So maybe just made a little mistake on the exit of turn 1 or something. Not quite sure, but that's the sector that really cost Russell. And then for the midfield, Alonso and Norris looking very good in the first sector. No real surprise there. The middle sector, I've got to say, Lando Norris surprisingly quick in that middle sector. The quickest midfield runner, slightly quicker than Esteban Ocon. And also, if you're wondering why Fernando Alonso did not get into Q3, really I think was the middle sector that cost him, because Alonso was 18th quickest, I think, in that middle sector. Was he 18th or 17th? Let me just scroll. There you go. If I just scroll up slightly. So no, he was actually 17th in that middle sector. So yeah, and even in the final sector, Alonso wasn't massively quick, but it was really the middle sector that cost Fernando the most. Maybe just went a bit too deep at the chicane in between that middle sector. And then the final sector, again, Lando Norris looking pretty quick. Only, a tenth slower than Hamilton and Perez, or a tenth and a half slower than Perez. Sebastian Vettel, though, looking very quick. And also surprising that Vettel was so quick in the middle sector as well, given Aston Martin's struggles in high-speed sections of, circuits and in a straight line. So good to see that McLaren and Aston Martin looking, not too bad in those types of, parts of the track. But other than that, there's not really much else to point out, other than the GOAT, Nicholas Latifi, was 11th quickest in the middle sector and 14th quickest in the first sector. So yeah, just the final sector where he was really poor. In the end, he was about a second or over a second slower than Lando Norris in that final sector in qualifying yesterday. That's really what cost the GOAT from being able to make it through to, say, Q2. But in terms of the, what it was looking like in qualifying yesterday, again, Red Bull quickest, Ferrari in qualifying trim second quickest, Mercedes third, but that'll swap around. Mercedes obviously ahead of Ferrari. And then for the midfield, between McLaren, Alpine, Aston Martin, it looks pretty close. So it'll be interesting to see how that battle shakes out in the race today. But before we go on to the, race pace data or the FP2 long run data from Friday, let's now just quickly get into the speed trap data, because obviously this does give us a good indication as to, what cars to look out for that are very quick in a straight line. And, the Williamses and the Red Bulls, you can see the main speed trap there on the left-hand side. That's the one we're looking at. I think that speed trap is at the end of the straight, going into turn 6, I believe. And Albon mentally quick in that speed trap. And Latifi in third. Red Bull very quick as well. Also the AlphaTauris and Alonso in the Alpine. Ferrari decently quick as well in the speed trap. And also Haas F1. The Mercedes-powered cars, though, proving that, the Mercedes power unit this season just hasn't been very strong at all. Despite Sebastian Vettel being decently quick and Lando Norris being decently quick in the middle sector, they were quite significantly slower in the speed trap compared to, say, Fernando Alonso and Yuki Tsunoda by, 5 to 6 kilometers an hour, which is quite a big difference in terms of straight line speed. And surprising that, Sebastian Vettel, 319 kilometers an hour, nearly 10 kilometers an hour slower than Tsunoda and Alonso, yet he was ahead of them on the grid. Very good pace there from Vettel, and obviously great grip the Aston Martin had in the hairpin and the chicane as well to help their pace in that sector. And it shows you that if the Aston Martin car was, 10 kilometers an hour quicker in a straight line, then Aston Martin would have a very good car at this point of the season. But they've just got it wrong with the design of the car. Hopefully, fingers crossed, they make it better for next season. And also to point out, Mercedes quite clearly lacking a lot of straight line speed compared to Red Bull in the main speed trap, which is in the middle sector. And that's why they were so slow in the middle sector. George Russell compared to Sergio Perez was 8.3 rather, I think it was. 8.4, I think, kilometers an hour slower than Perez, which is a massive gap in terms of kilometers an hour. As Martin Brundle would say, if someone or something hit you at 8 kilometers an hour, you'd certainly know about it. And that is a significant amount of speed to be losing to Red Bull. But that will pay back Mercedes, them having a bit more of a draggier car, which they do have. And obviously McLaren and Aston Martin have a bit of a draggier car as well, with also the Mercedes power unit lacking a bit of power as well. That will pay them back in the race today, because obviously straight line speed won't matter as much in the race today as it does in qualifying, because as long as you're not overtaking anyone, you're not going to be running full power anyway. So That might, pay back Mercedes with them having a bit of a draggier car and in today's Grand Prix. But look out, of course, when it comes to overtakes. Look out for the Williamses, Red Bulls, AlphaTauris, and Alpines, and maybe the Ferrari-powered cars as well, because they're looking very, very quick down the straights this weekend. And for the finish line speed trap, that's obviously right after the exit of the final corner. Shows you that Alonso and Verstappen and Vettel were getting a very good exit off that final corner. And most of the cars up in the top 10 are pretty much just the faster cars, either in a straight line or on the grid. Because obviously on the exit of the final corner, some of the best cars on the grid do have very good traction compared to the slower cars on the Formula 1 grid. But that is the sector time and speed trap data. And now I am going to get up the race pace data. Now, apologies for the black screen. Again, I should have got this set up before the stream, but I didn't because I'm an idiot. So please just give me a few seconds here. There you go. So let's get into the long run data from Friday. And first, we'll start with the top 3 teams. So Max Verstappen in the FP2 long run, his average lap time was a 1:30.4. Lewis Hamilton's was a 1:30.9. Charles Leclerc's was a 1:31.4. And Ferrari's pace, quite poor in that FP2 long run. I think Carlos Sainz's pace may have been a bit better, but the reason I looked at Leclerc's is because obviously Leclerc's higher up on the grid, and I think his pace from Friday matters more than Sainz's. That's why I looked at Leclerc's lap times in FP2 rather than Carlos Sainz's. Now, I don't think Ferrari are going to be a second a lap slower than Red Bull in this race today. I think it'll be probably 6 to 7 tenths of a second, basically like it was in Mexico. Actually, maybe not as bad as Mexico, but, not too far away from how bad it was at the Mexico City Grand Prix. And that's why I think, even though both Mercedes are starting behind them on the grid, that's why I think Mercedes will end up beating both Ferraris, because the extra pace they will have in the race today will be clearly enough to get ahead and get a podium in this final Grand Prix. But Red Bull especially looking very, very good at this Grand Prix. Now, I will, Let me just now get up the, the next piece of data. Again, apologies about the black screen and me having to do it this way, but I'm an idiot. Now let's get into the long run data for all of the midfield teams. And of course, we'll start with the upper midfield teams in the championship. So Lando Norris, his average lap time in the FP2 long run was a 1:31.6. Fernando Alonso's was a 1:31.5. Now, normally, I've noticed that McLaren seem to be quicker in the long runs on a Friday than they actually turn out to be in the race on a Sunday, and Alpine tend to be a bit quicker compared to McLaren. So, with Alpine being already in FP2 quicker than McLaren, not just with single lap pace they were, but also on the longer runs, I think we can be pretty confident that Alpine are going to be quicker today in this Grand Prix. Of course, technically there is still a fight there in the Constructors' Championship. Only 19 points separating McLaren and Alpine. Alpine leading that fight, but realistically McLaren are not going to be able to overturn things. And Alpine, I think, definitely will be the quickest midfield team today. And obviously, watch out for Fernando Alonso starting in P10. A bit lower on the grid than I think he expected, and definitely I expected him to be. And for Valtteri Bottas and Alfa Romeo, his average lap time in the long run was a 1:32.2. and Alfa Romeo 15th and 18th on the grid. So yeah, they're not going to make up much, if any, progress in this race today. So don't be expecting anything really from Alfa Romeo. But we'll now get on to... Let me just get it up very quickly. We'll now get on to Haas and AlphaTauri. Of course, these two teams battling hard in this final Grand Prix. Only 2 points separating them in the fight for 8th in the championship. Haas ahead of AlphaTauri. And this is what their pace was looking like in the long runs. Mick Schumacher, his average lap time was a 1:32.8. Not really surprising that it's quite far off the pace of other midfield teams, because we know Haas are not really that quick over a race distance. Very surprising, though, is that Pierre Gasly, his average lap time in the FP2 long run was a 1:31.4, which is the best average lap time of any of the midfield teams that I found. So, yeah, that bodes very well. Obviously not for Gasly, because he's starting down in 17th place, and he's not been able to capitalise on that good pace he showed on Friday. But that bodes well for Yuki Tsunoda, who, of course, finished 4th at this Grand Prix last year, and is 11th on the grid. So watch out for Tsunoda, because if this pace does translate itself into the race today, he could grab the points necessary to maybe overturn the deficit in the Constructors' Championship and get AlphaTauri just about ahead of Haas F1 in the Championship. So yeah, look out for AlphaTauri today. They're a dark horse, there's no doubt about that. And quickly, I will just get up, the final two teams, Aston Martin and Williams. And let's just have a look at them now. So, Sebastian Vettel, in his final Grand Prix today, his average lap time in the FP2 long run was a 1:32.0, which is a bit disappointing. And Alex Albon, in the Williams, his long run average lap time was only a 1/10 of a second slower, 1:32.1. So, yeah, not quite sure what to make out of, Aston Martin's lap times from FP2 in those longer runs. Because normally they are close, if not quicker, than McLaren and Alpine at times. But, yeah, they are actually slower. And not just slower, but quite a bit slower by the looks of it. And also quite a bit slower than AlphaTauri. Now, I think Aston Martin will probably turn out to be a bit quicker than they actually were in FP2. But I wouldn't expect as good of a performance pace-wise from them as we saw, say, last weekend in Brazil, or at, say, the US Grand Prix a few weeks ago, where they were, very, very quick and were pretty clearly the quickest midfield team. But, yeah, their pace, I think, given that Sebastian Vettel is starting P9, it will still be good enough, I think, for them to nick a point from this final Grand Prix. And now, I am going to get into my race predictions. Let me just quickly get those up on the screen. Again, apologies that I have to do it this way, but I forgot to add them to my OBS beforehand. So I'm having to do it this way. So this is my race prediction for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Let's start off firstly with the top 10. So my prediction is Max Verstappen to win the race from about 5 seconds to Sergio Perez. Lewis Hamilton will be third, 15 seconds behind. Russell fourth, about a second and a half behind Hamilton. The reason I've got Hamilton 15 seconds behind is because Red Bull are simply quicker this weekend than Mercedes around this track, and I think they will have the better race pace in this Grand Prix today, as it showed from practice 2. But also, Mercedes, again, for at least the first half of this race, are going to be focused on Ferrari rather than Red Bull. So, yeah, by the time, if they do get ahead with both cars ahead of Ferrari, by the time that happens, they will be quite far behind Red Bull. Again, not absolutely miles behind, but quite far behind to, seriously compete for the victory today of the final Grand Prix. And then for Leclerc and Sainz, 5th and 6th, yeah, Leclerc, I've gone for 42 seconds behind, Sainz 45 seconds behind. Carlos Sainz, of course, in Mexico finished 58 seconds behind, which is why I say it won't be as bad as Mexico, but it won't be too far away in terms of the loss per lap compared to Red Bull. And yeah, they'll be significantly away in the end. Of course, these predictions are, and the gaps are based on if there is no safety cars at all, or even virtual safety cars. And then my prediction for the rest of the points is Fernando Alonso to finish in 7th, Lando Norris 8th, Esteban Ocon 9th, and Sebastian Vettel finishing in P10. Let me know, guys, in the chat whether you agree or disagree with my top 10 prediction. Verstappen, Perez, Hamilton, Russell, Leclerc, Sainz, Alonso, Norris, Ocon, and Vettel. That's my top 10 for the race today. Again, let me know what you think of that. And finally, I will just get up my other prediction slide, which goes into the rest of the field from 11th place to 20th. And yeah, let's get into that. So I've got Tsunoda finishing in 11th. The reason I've got Tsunoda 11th is because I think he'll have some good pace. And I think AlphaTauri have got some decent pace here. But I just don't think it'll be good enough compared to, you know, Alpine, Norris in the McLaren, and Vettel. And I think Vettel will do enough to keep Tsunoda and the rest at bay. Lance Stroll, of course, starting 14th. He will gain positions because he always does on a race day. Ricciardo won't make any ground up from 13th on the grid because the reason is because obviously Aston Martin and AlphaTauri look pretty quick here. And Ricciardo, we know, pretty much never fulfills the potential of that car, which is sad to see. Pierre Gasly will make progress and go up to 14th place. Zhou Guanyu will finish in 15th with Mick Schumacher 16th. Albon I've got in 17th. The reason I've got him in 17th from 19th on the grid is because obviously the Williams has been mentally quick in a straight line this weekend. And I think if he gets within a second of a Haas or an Alfa Romeo, I think he'll be past them. So that's why I've got him in 17th, with Bottas 18th, Magnussen 19th, and the GOAT, Nicholas Latifi, in 20th. So that is my full race prediction, guys, for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Let me know, like I said, in the chat or in the poll at the top of the live chat. Let me know whether you agree or disagree with my predictions. But what I'm now going to do is remove all of those slides, because now I don't need them anymore. And then we will get onto the midfield teams, and I'll go a bit more in depth about the midfield teams and, you know, how I think they will get on. So let me just get rid of all of this and go back to here. And let me also, for you guys, of course, get the timer back on screen, because we have I think hold on, let me just make sure it's correct. We've got an hour and 7 minutes to go, about approximately, until the race starts in Abu Dhabi. So get ready, guys, for the final race of the season. And like I said, just over half an hour from now. And also, my co-commentator Niblo should be joining me in 30 to 35 minutes time. So yeah, that'll be good to get him back on. Obviously, the last time we had him on was for the Japanese Grand Prix, which was an absolute farce. And that was how many weeks ago? About 6 weeks ago, I think it was, wasn't it? That Grand Prix. Yeah, it'd be great to have him back on in, like I said, about 35 minutes time. But now, let's get into those midfield teams, and we'll get into McLaren first. Lando Norris, as you saw, I've got him finishing in 8th place for the race today. The reason that is because obviously starting P7, obviously best position he could possibly get. He's not going to be anywhere near as quick as the top 3 teams. The reason I say that is because, again, Alpine tend to have a faster car on race day, and because Fernando Alonso in P10, I think, is a lot quicker than what he showed in qualifying. I think he will be making up progress, and I think he will get past his teammates Vettel and Norris and finish up in P7. And Alonso, of course, is the better driver compared to Lando Norris, even though it's, not as, the difference between the two in quality is not as big as maybe you would think. Alonso is the better driver, and we know on race day that he is not to be doubted whatsoever, is Fernando. So, yeah, Lando, I think, will succumb to Alonso, but we'll finish in 8th place, which is, and would be, a pretty good final result. I mean, obviously, McLaren will be, inevitably, at the end of this race, disappointed with finishing 5th in the championship. Coming into this season, my hope for them was to, at the very worst, finish in 4th place, but to close the gap to the front-running teams and maybe be, at worst, half a second away from, say, the quickest team on the grid. That was my hope coming into 2022. And, of course, they've gone backwards. They've lost probably half a second in comparison to, say, Red Bull and, or who are obviously the world champions compared to 2021. They've lost, at least half a second, if not, say, 7 or 8 tenths of a second compared to them. And, at that point, the aim obviously had to then be just to secure 4th place in the championship and then go again for 2023. Of course, they will go again for 2023. But Alpine have simply produced a better car. Their 2 drivers have been better, Alonso and Ocon, this season. They've performed better than Norris and Ricciardo as a partnership. I don't think Ocon has been better than Norris, for example, this season. But as a partnership, Alonso and Ocon have done better than Norris and Ricciardo. And 5th place is what McLaren deserve. Because, again, car's not been good enough. And the driver partnership has not produced what it should have, given the talent on offer. So, yeah, disappointing season for McLaren it will end up being. But it'll be a good final race for Lando Norris. In 8th place will be a good result. And for Ricciardo, like I said, 13th place is where I think he'll finish. And I think if he was going to finish in the points, really, he would have to not have that grid penalty to be able to get into the points. Because I think the AlphaTauri of Tsunoda is going to be decently quick today. Stroll, of course, will make up progress from P14 on the grid, and I think that'll be pretty hard for Ricciardo to stop in a, Stroll in an Aston Martin car that, of course, is pretty quick, and he will end up his McLaren and possibly Formula 1 career in disappointing fashion. I mean, we know he's never been, Ricciardo, massively quick at this Grand Prix track. He's never had amazing results here, and I don't think he's ever been on the podium here, Ricciardo, from when he was obviously racing for a front-running team. So, yeah, I'm not expecting too much, really, from Ricciardo in this final Grand Prix. But, yeah, a points finish it'll be for McLaren, but they will be beaten out in the end, not just in this Grand Prix, but for the season by Alpine. Alpine have had, a very, very good season in 2022. Even though it's not been smooth sailing, they should have had better results this season at certain Grand Prix. Really could have had at least one podium this season with Fernando Alonso, say, in Australia or even in Canada, where the pace of the Alpine was very, very good, and Alonso's pace was very, very good. But of course, Alpine and their lack of reliability has cost them a few times this season, getting some big points finishes. But, they deserve 4th in the championship. They've had the best midfield car this season. Alonso and Ocon has been the best performing driver partnership from the midfield as well. And as I said, they deserve 4th in the championship. And hopefully, Alpine next season make some good progress, because I still think Alpine as a team, they've got more potential than they've shown in the last few years. So yeah, hopefully we see more from Alpine in 2023. But for today's race, like I said, with Fernando Alonso starts P10. I don't think he, where he finished obviously P11 in qualifying, I don't think that's his true potential. And I think we'll see quite a bit more pace in this race from him. And Alpine are always quicker on a Sunday compared to a Saturday. So yeah, Alonso will be finishing in P7 and will be performing his usual heroics to finish, say, first in the Formula 1.5 battle. And then for Esteban Ocon, the reason, even though Alpine I think will be quicker than McLaren today, the reason I think he's going to be behind Norris is because I think Lando will just have enough pace on his own to beat Esteban Ocon. But it will be a close fight, there's no doubt about it. And there is a decent chance that Alpine could finish in 7th and 8th place. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. But yeah, I think Norris will have enough pace on his own to keep Ocon just about at bay. But 7th and 9th, if that's what they did get, would be a great result for Alpine. And it would cap off what's been a great season for the Alpine team. Again, certain results here or there could have been better and really should have got a podium from this season, considering McLaren have, of course. But yeah, they've been the best midfield team and they're going to get out the checkered flag, surely, unless something truly mental happens. They're just rewards. And now, for the next few minutes, we're now going to fly through the rest of the midfield teams, and then I'll come to you guys in the chat and see what you guys have to say in regards to what you think is going to happen in this final Grand Prix today. We'll go into Alfa Romeo. Yeah, their pace is not looking that great, to be honest, which is disappointing because in Friday practice they looked to be decently quick, but yeah, yesterday they were so slow for Alfa Romeo, and as I showed with the FP2 long runs, even on Friday, where they were quicker over a single lap, yeah, the long runs were not that good. They weren't really. I think they were, I think, the second worst team on average with the long runs on Friday. So, yeah, I think Alfa Romeo are going to struggle quite a bit today, and they will finish, like I said, with my prediction in 15th and 18th, and they will end the season in terms of this Grand Prix with a very unspectacular Grand Prix. But because I don't think Aston Martin will score the points necessary, I do believe that Alfa Romeo will finish 6th in the championship at the conclusion of this Grand Prix, and it would be deserved. They produced a better car for this season. I know Aston Martin have been a lot better in the second half of the season, but that is a lot more due to development and money, as opposed to Aston Martin just having, a better car, say from the start of the season, as to why Aston Martin, have been, say, scoring points more often in 2022, I guess you could say. Yeah, Alfa Romeo, they've had the better car this year. They've just not been able to develop this car as much as they would have wanted because, of course, their development budget is not very big at all, nowhere near as big as other teams on the grid. And it would be, I think, a feel-good story, in a way, Alfa Romeo finishing 6th, because they've not finished in the top 6 of the championship, Alfa Romeo / Sauber, since 2012, I don't believe. So it would be nice to see them, back to, some relative success, and hopefully the extra prize money, and quite a bit extra prize money that they're going to get for finishing a 6th if they do finish there, will really help them in 2023, and maybe some of those extra million will go towards the development budget, and they'll be able to maybe be a bit quicker in the second half of next season, and maybe as well finish around about where they are going to finish, most likely for 2022. Quickly, we'll go on to Haas F1. Mick Schumacher had a very good qualifying session, 13th on the grid, which I think was a bit better than I think even Haas F1 expected, because they looked really slow in practice. And obviously he'll start 12th on the grid because of Ricciardo's 3-place penalty. Ricciardo originally, of course, qualified in 10th. and we'll start 13th. But yeah, as I showed though with the data from Friday, Haas were the slowest team on Friday, and normally they are pretty slow on race day, as we've seen almost every Grand Prix this season. So yeah, I think Mick Schumacher will be finishing in, where did I have him? 16th place, I think it was. Which, you know, he'll be ahead of Magnussen, which is something in his final race for Haas F1, and hopefully not his final race in F1, because he's definitely good enough for F1, is Mick. He just needs a fairer chance and a better team to help develop his talents, because he's definitely talented. He just needs the right, I don't know, environment, or he needs, you know, the right type of people to believe in him, because he's definitely got you know, what it takes to be a good driver in Formula 1, no doubt about that. And yeah, Kevin Magnussen, I've got 19th. Again, the lack of Haas pace in the race will hurt him, and that's why I've got him finishing down in 19th. And now we'll go on to AlphaTauri. And yeah, they were surprisingly very quick in those long runs from practice 2. We've not really seen this season AlphaTauri be that quick on longer runs. They tend to be at their quickest really on qualifying pace, but that wasn't the case from Friday and so far this weekend. And yeah, for the grid, obviously you got Yuki Tsunoda 11th, Pierre Gasly 17th. Even though Tsunoda, you know, is in a good position, I still think they're coming into this race disappointed, AlphaTauri, because really, Gasly should have been getting through Q1 and should be really around where Tsunoda is on the grid. Maybe even you could argue that Gasly should be, given what we saw from him last season, he should have been getting into the top 10 in qualifying yesterday. So yeah, Pierre Gasly definitely not performing as well as we know he can, and not getting as much out of the car as what is definitely there. And Yuki Tsunoda, I have to say though, still did a good job and has had a decent season compared to what last season was like, and he's definitely improved, but you know, there's still a lot of improvement to come from Tsunoda if he is going to truly be a good driver in Formula 1. But yeah, for this race, again, AlphaTauri, because of that very impressive pace on Friday, they seem to be, to me, the dark horse for a, say, a strong result from, you know, teams starting outside the top 10. So watch out for AlphaTauri in this Grand Prix, and we'll see whether that pace does translate itself into the race today. And next is Aston Martin, and of course, the man on screen, Sebastian Vettel. It is his final Grand Prix of the 2022 season, and not just, of course, his final Grand Prix of the 2022 season like everybody else. Don't know why I said that. His final Grand Prix, we think, of his Formula 1 career. It's been a great weekend so far for Vettel, not just on track, but off track. The celebrations about his career have been fantastic. There was a great thing yesterday where Vettel went on a run around the track, I think it was, with a load of team members, drivers, journalists, and they were all wearing the Danker Seb shirts. And yeah, it was great to see, and great to see, you know, Sebastian being celebrated in the way he was. And there was quite a big crowd there as well to, you know, to cheer him on and cheer everybody else on. So great to see that. And of course, this will be a very emotional day for Seb. And again, maybe in the future he'll come back with the Audi F1 team in 2026. But maybe this might be his actual final Grand Prix. My expectation is that this will be his final race. I don't think he will come back with Audi in 2026, because by the time we get to that year, Sebastian's going to be in a completely different state, mental state, and just life state in his life that I don't think he will be interested really in coming back to Formula 1. So yeah, I don't think we will see him return after this season and this Grand Prix. So yeah, I really hope he has a good final race. As long as he finishes in the points, that's all that matters. And I've got him finishing in P10. And I think he's definitely, with that car as well, got the pace to finish in the top 10. Obviously, if he could finish in 7th place or better, that would be brilliant, because Aston Martin would then finish, 6th in the championship, which would be a good parting gift for the team that he has helped, develop, I guess, for the last couple of years and start to build things at Aston Martin. Of course, Fernando Alonso will replace him in 2023. I hope he has a good final race, because he deserves it. And even though, again, my opinions of him driving-wise have not been maybe as high as others, I don't rate him maybe as highly as others do, but no doubt, great career, great driver. Not, for me, an all-time great driver, but definitely a great driver, and an amazing career. And I don't think, maybe at Ferrari you could have, but I don't think, looking at his career, I don't think you can ask, that much more of what he, was able to do in Formula 1. Again, maybe you could, I think you definitely could argue that he should have probably won a championship with Ferrari in 2017 or 2018, but other than that, I think really he did the best he could in his Formula 1 career, and let's hope he does the best he can with his final Grand Prix today, beginning in just over 45 minutes time. And watch out as well for Lance Stroll today. I'm sure he can do a lot better from 14th on the grid. We know, of course, he always makes progress on a race day. And finally for Williams, Alex Albon 19th, Nicholas Latifi in 20th. I think Albon will gain a couple positions, like I said, because the Williams very quick down the straights. And as long as Albon gets within a second of the car ahead, he should be getting past. And 17th, given how poor they were in qualifying, wouldn't be that bad of a final result. And Latifi, the GOAT, in his final Grand Prix, let's make sure to remember that. I think he'll finish in dead last. So those are all the teams, guys. And let me move on to these pictures, and I'll just adjust this current picture so you can see it a bit better. But, those are all the teams, guys. And for the next, say, 20 minutes or so before Niblo joins us, let's hear from you guys in the chat. How do you think things are going to play out today with all the teams and drivers? And, just give me your general thoughts going into this Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, beginning in just over 45 minutes from now. One thing I will do quickly is have a cough and also have a drink, because just want to make sure my throat is in good condition. My throat, by the way, is a lot better today. Don't know why, but it does feel a lot better today. I haven't had any honey that people were saying yesterday to have, but it does feel a lot better today, just naturally, for whatever reason. And should be fine, hopefully, for the race. And one other thing I want to quickly get into. I mean, obviously, I will talk about this more probably at the very end of this stream and tomorrow as well in my season review. Again, 6 p.m. UK time tomorrow. Make sure to come along to that. Get all of my final thoughts on F1 and the season in 2022. What was I going to say? Yeah, for next week, if you're wondering what the plan of content is, of course, again, tomorrow I'm doing the season review at 6 p.m. And then there'll be a recorded video coming out on Friday to do with Max Verstappen and how he won his second World Championship. And then there will be, next Sunday at 12 p.m. UK time, a stream for you guys. A couple-hour stream, probably, or at least an hour and a half stream. I don't know what the topic is going to be yet, but I have a general idea what it probably will be about. So, just letting you guys know what the plan of content is for next week. And, of course, with that stream I do next week, I'll be able to give you guys more information as to what's coming up after that. And yeah, I'll get a bit more in depth into what my plan is for the immediate future in terms of the winter break. But yeah, let's get into some of your comments in the chat. And let's see what you guys are having to say. Great to see you all, by the way. Dane says, Chaz, when will you... Oh, sorry. When will you do a Vettel tribute? That's one thing. I think, was it a couple weeks ago or last week where I read out the list of videos that I've got planned to do for the winter break? One of them that I forgot to include was a Sebastian Vettel, I don't know how to describe it, tribute or just a reflection on his career. That will be made and uploaded during the winter break. I don't know when it will come out. It will come out, sometime during the winter break. But, yeah, I've got that to do as well. But what I can announce is that, yeah, the next 3 recorded videos that will be coming out before Christmas and hopefully at the latest before the end of the year will be, again, that Verstappen video, which is mostly done. I just need to dedicate like a day to finishing it off. That'll be out hopefully next Friday, or this Friday coming. And then I've got the Ferrari season review video, which is going to be a 2-parter to do. And that'll probably be out, during December in, say, the early-ish part of December, hopefully for part 1, say, I don't know, before the 15th, but after like the 8th or something like that of December. And then hopefully within the 10 days leading up to Christmas, I can get part 2 out. But yeah, those other videos, they'll be out obviously January and February. And don't worry, there will be plenty of content in the winter. There'll be a lot more content in the winter than we had on the channel last winter and the winter before. And there will be kind of a regular schedule of, content. Don't know how many per week in terms of pieces of content, but yeah, I mean, next week there'll be, 2 streams and a video. Week after, probably at least 1 stream, maybe another recorded video. So yeah, as we get into the winter, there'll be plenty of stuff for you guys, so you don't need to worry about that. Right, let's find some other comments in the chat if I can. Willifon says, Vettel's peaks were higher, but Hamilton has more overall consistency in his career. Lewis isn't even in my top 5 of all-time driver, which, well, that is a take. That is definitely a take to have. Yeah, I obviously completely disagree. It's your opinion. F1 measures people's success in different ways, but yeah, for me, Hamilton's peak was better, or had a higher peak than Vettel. I mean, if you look at results and the results that Vettel had in his championship winning years compared to Hamilton, I guess you could say Sebastian's was more impressive results wise, but we have to remember the circumstances behind Sebastian's championships. And I think the biggest reason, or the couple biggest reasons why I rate Hamilton over Vettel is because, one, in 2017 and 2018, Lewis was better than Sebastian and produced in the big moments when Sebastian did not. That was a critical phase for Sebastian to try and prove that maybe he was the greatest of all time if he was going to. And then if you look at Lewis's 7 championships, not all of them, and then, actually, yeah, let me rephrase that. If you look at Lewis's 7 championships and then compare them to Sebastian's 4 championships, again, with Lewis Hamilton's, not all of his titles and not all with Vettel's titles, but I feel as though with Hamilton, he has more titles that he won where he played a much more important role in winning the championship than, say, Sebastian did in his in his career, or in his, the championships he won. I think obviously the Red Bull was very quick, I remember in 2010, but he did play a very important role in overturning the championship in his direction because he produced such a great end to that season. 2011 and 2013, I mean, yeah, he was great, but if you put Hamilton, Alonso, Raikkonen, Button in those cars, I think the end result is the same. I don't think his his championships those years were necessarily because he was the best driver on the grid. He just, produced what was, not produced. He delivered on the potential of the car and did everything the team asked of him. So, did great in those years. 2012 as well, delivered a very good final few races of the season. So, yeah, 2 championships, I'd say, there with Sebastian. He won those titles, not totally, but, he played a much more important role as a driver in those titles being won in 2010 and 2012, rather than 2011 and 2013, when with Hamilton, I would say 2014, 2015, 2017 and 2018, I think those championships, Hamilton played a very important role as a driver in winning those championships, because 2014 and 2015 he had a very competitive teammate who he had to be at his very best at to beat. And 2017 and 2018, those seasons were very close and competitive, and he ended up winning those titles. Really, not completely, but I think the number one reason was because Lewis, delivered in the critical moments and was also so consistent. So I think that's why, the 2 reasons why I've got Lewis, for me, as a better driver than Sebastian Vettel. In terms of, how to... what do you call it? In terms of how I rank, the best drivers of all time, or drivers in general. But, let's say, you're looking at the top 10, top 20 best drivers of all time. The best way for me to rank, who is better than who, is to look at how much of an effect those drivers had on their results. Hamilton, like I said, had much more effect on his results than Vettel did, and that's why I've got Lewis ahead of Sebastian. And yeah, I'd say Lewis obviously had much more effect on his titles than Alonso. Plus, Hamilton has a lot more titles, which definitely helps his overall all-time ranking. But yeah, I think that's really the thing to look at is, how much effect did the drivers have on their results in the end? Because it's not all about the driver or all about the car. Sometimes it's mostly about the car, sometimes it's mostly about the driver, or say 50-50. So yeah, that's what you need to look at, really, I think, to judge who, of course, the better drivers are. Astro Steve says Hamilton won when he didn't have the best car. Vettel lost when he did have the slightly better car at times. I think 2017 Mercedes had a faster car that year overall. The Ferrari in the first half of the season was probably the better car, but yeah, for the whole season, Mercedes, I think, had the better car. But still, Hamilton, in the vital moments, towards the end of that season, just produced better than Sebastian did. And then 2018, I know people constantly disagree about it, but Ferrari, if you go and look back at that season, Ferrari did have a better car than Mercedes did. The reason I think people disagree with it is because maybe the results didn't play out exactly in that way, but Ferrari, a lot of the time, did not deliver on the pace of the car. And that's what, kind of makes it a bit difficult to judge, as to who had the better car that year. But for me, it was, the Ferrari was the better car. It was still close. It was very close that year, but I think the Ferrari was the better car in 2018. And for me, that absolutely solidified Hamilton being better than Vettel and started to transform him into, say, not an all-time great, but, solidify him as one of the best ever. And then, of course, what he did in 2019 and 2020 solidified him as, for me, the best of all time. Rooksford saying, would be good if you did a long-range predictions, not too serious, for 2023, and discussion on 2022 stream with Nib in the run-up to Christmas or New Year's, if you could get a convenient time for Nib. I think, obviously, Nib, I think I'm bringing on in a few minutes, aren't I? Because we've only got, 35 minutes to go. So I'll bring him on in a moment. I'm probably, what I'm going to do with Nib is I'm probably going to ask him his thoughts on 2022 today. Because, as you said, it's going to be pretty hard to find a convenient time. If I was to bring Nib on during the winter, it'd be pretty hard to find a good time to bring him on. Because, obviously, of the time difference between me and him. I think he's, 10 hours ahead, 11 hours ahead, I think. So yeah, it is pretty hard to find a good time slot. But I mean, yeah, we could maybe do a discussion about 2023, maybe in the winter. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see if there's a if I feel as though we can do a good stream on it, and whether obviously I can find a good time slot as to whether I would bring him on. And talking of him, he is ready in the Discord server. So let me just quickly, before I bring Nib on, let me just quickly post the link of the stream back out in a couple places on my community tab and on Twitter, and then I will bring him on. So just give me a couple minutes, guys. So come join us here to watch along the final race of 2022 in Abu Dhabi. And I'll just quickly, post this out on Twitter. And then we'll bring him on. And yeah, what I'm going to try and get with Nib in a moment is obviously his thoughts going into the race. But we'll try and get maybe some thoughts about this season if we can. Because there's not a ton to say really going into this race, I have to say. Again, it's not the most exciting grid in the world in terms of the order. Come join us here to watch along the final race of 22, which is the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And I'll just do a few hashtags and then I will bring him on. Let me just do that now. And let me just do... Should I do any more? I'll do one more. And there you go. So that is all posted out. And yeah, let's now bring him on if I can. And let me just get my headphones on. And let's see if it's all good. The sound and everything. And are you there, mate?
Hello. How are we doing, mate?
I'm doing good. How are you?
We're doing very good. I'm actually looking forward to this Grand Prix. I quite enjoyed the qualifying last night.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad of a session. It's a bit of a shame though. The grid's a bit 2x2 at the front, but I think it'll be a decent race today. I don't think it'll be a horror show like we've seen in the past here in Abu Dhabi. By the way, is your sound a bit down, or are you just further away from your computer or something?
Everything should be normal. Just
Yeah,
let
I
me
think it's
check. Cause some.
a bit more normal now. Yeah, I think it was just me.
Okay.
Um, yeah, good to see you. And yeah, for the race, I don't think it's going to be too bad today. But quickly before, because I want to ask you mostly going into this race about the season, because I don't think there's a ton really to get into before the race. What do you think is going to happen today? Do you think Red Bull are just going to run away with it at the front?
You would think so. I mean, Ferrari looked quite good in qualifying, but who knows? I mean, they're usually not that great in the race. I mean, you'd probably think Mercedes probably finish behind Red Bull in this race, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, Mercedes have always been pretty good in the races. Seeing more that I'm a little bit quiet in the thing. So let's just see if I can fix any Discord stuff. Now, I might just be on uh, actual PC settings for my mic itself, so just turn that up quickly. But yeah, I thought Charles actually might have snuck pole at the end there last night, but I mean Max just too quick, and ultimately that slipstream for Checo got him got him that second place on the grid.
Yeah, it did. And yeah, my prediction is, yeah, I think it's going to be a Red Bull 1-2 pretty comfortably. And then I think the main fight we're going to be looking at is Mercedes versus Ferrari for third and fourth. And yeah, I think Mercedes will beat Ferrari because, yeah, Ferrari, we know that their race pace is pretty poor. And the thing is, Ferrari, I think they know the reason why, but they've not really tried to solve it with this year's car because they're obviously now concentrating on next year's car. So they're trying to, improve it for next year. And hopefully it's not as much of an issue next year because they actually started the season, Ferrari, having a pretty good car over a race distance. I remember in Melbourne, they were, obviously Red Bull didn't have as good of a car at that point in the season, but in Melbourne, they were miles quicker than everybody else. But
It was 20. Charles had a 20-second lead before Max retired.
yeah, we finished 20 seconds ahead of Perez, I remember, and then must have been, yeah, nearly half a minute ahead of Mercedes. I mean, obviously, I know at that point in the season, Mercedes weren't very quick, but yeah, Leclerc was in another planet for the whole weekend, really, compared to everybody else. But yeah, let's hope next season that isn't as much of an issue because, I mean, Ferrari have still been competitive in qualifying in like the second half of this season, but it is a bit like I don't know, yeah, slightly boring in the way that, we expect them to be slow in the race and then they tend to be, yeah, just exactly as slow as we expect. So let's hope that's not the case next season. And quickly, yeah, for the midfield, you've got Norris 7th, Ocon 8th, Vettel 9th, Alonso 10th. And then, what do you call it? Tsunoda, Schumacher, Ricciardo, and Stroll, just outside the top 10. For the midfield, who do you think will be the ones getting the points today?
Sorry, I've just seen a comment in the chat saying, I don't think Max is as good as Rosberg was. What? Excuse me?
That is...
That's quite the wild take. But I gotta say, it was fantastic to see Ricciardo in Q3 yesterday, even though I knew that he wouldn't finish any higher than 10th. Of course, unfortunately, he does have that grid penalty after being quite the bozo to Kevin Magnussen in Brazil. That was just a terrible mistake. Because he actually managed to avoid him, actually initially on the brakes, but then he just went slowly forward into Magnussen. So that was quite depressing to see. But I mean, of course, it was great to see Vettel put in that great lap in Q1, which put him provisionally 5th, I think it was. Hopefully Seb can have a great race, and of course, what is going to be his final race, which it's sad because I mean he's still performing at such a great level. He seemed to really have found his groove again this season, especially in the second half of the season. He's been a lot of very good performances, as said.
Hmm.
So it's going to be sad to see him go. And of course, Lando feeling a little bit better this weekend with another good qualifying for McLaren. You'd probably expect Lando and Ocon to maybe battle it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think they will battle out, but I've got Alonso finishing at the front of that, midfield pack, because I think we'll see a lot more pace from him today. And yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed, Vettel at least finishes in the top 10. That'd be a good send-off for him, and I'm sure we'll get a very similar send-off to what Alonso got in 2018, which it's mental to think that race was 4 years ago. But yeah, I'm sure we'll get a similar send-off, and it'll be a good thing to see for him. Just wanted to quickly respond to someone in the chat who had their message hidden. And I was going to read it out, and then I think Rook hid it. And I was talking, obviously, before I brought you on about Hamilton and Vettel and, why I think Hamilton is all-time the better driver. And then Taslim Ahmed said, I don't know why you are talking like Merc fanboy. Again, the typical just bullshit criticisms. You should have kept it neutral and let the fans chat or debate. Why, man? What do you want me to do? Do you want me to just sit here and not give my opinion? I'm allowed to give my opinions, and I don't think anything I have said and have ever said really on this channel is, massively controversial. Maybe slightly controversial, but yeah, I don't see what I said as a problem. And yeah, it's great that you guys obviously have your chats and have your debates in the chat, but I'm allowed obviously to contribute to that and say what I think. And I'm not gonna sit on the fence, because that is incredibly fucking boring to sit on the fence when it comes to issues. I mean, yeah, but if I sit on the fence when it comes to something, it's because I actually am 50-50 on something, rather than not trying to upset a certain fan base or certain fan bases.
Brundle walked past him just before, like about maybe 10 seconds ago.
That's I think, who's that? That's Usain Bolt. I saw
that's Usain Bolt,
but Guardiola was in the one of the garages a few minutes ago. I saw taking a picture. Yeah, but it's not a surprise, obviously, that there's some football people around, because the World Cup not too far away from where they're racing. But yeah, we've got 23 minutes to go now until the race starts. I just wanted to ask, obviously going into this race quickly for a few minutes, your thoughts in general of the season. So yeah, we'll start obviously with those front-running teams. Just what are your thoughts in general of the seasons for for Red Bull, Ferrari, and Mercedes?
I swear that was Caroline Wozniacki just next to Brundle before. I could have been wrong, but it looked like her. Yeah, I mean, it was a really good start to the season, wasn't it? With the actual battle between Red Bull and Ferrari being quite close. I mean, even once Max had started to turn it around towards the summer break, the season was quite enjoyable. But I mean, post the summer break where Red Bull just kicked away, it hasn't been great, has it?
No.
It's been extremely predictable. It's been like old school Red Bull dominance, really, and I don't think anyone expected that after the start to the season that we had. Who on earth is this that they're talking to?
I have no idea.
What are those glasses? Goodness gracious me. It looks like an indie Alessandro Del Piero almost, with his hair slicked like that. But yeah, I mean, the season hasn't been great, has it? I mean,
No.
No one expected it to be anything like, say, 2021, because we generally had such a good season in terms of the quality of races. It was just ridiculous. So good race after good race. We've had some good races with lots of overtaking, but no no real absolute like back-to-back ridiculous races like we experienced last year. But I mean, hopefully next season that will change with a fully functioning Joffa Archer and Ben Stokes. There, of course, the England cricket players. Um, yeah, hopefully next year Mercedes can bounce back, and then we have like an actual proper battle at the front of the grid. Because I mean, Ferrari, in their current state with the team principal they have, they're just not going to challenge. This is all the whole and bloody teams there. Joe Root,
I was
Jimmy
going to
Anderson there
say.
as well.
Yeah, it's good to see them all here. I was going to ask you actually quickly, because I'm sure you saw the rumour that Fred Vassar is apparently going to replace Bonotto in January as team principal. Do you believe that? And how much do you think that improves them, Ferrari?
Oh, Baldy. Sorry, I've just seen the Baldy in the background. That being Pep Guardiola, of course. I think it would be a good move, but I know we had our arguments long ago about Arriva Bene and Binotto, and I
Yeah.
said that they needed to back Binotto in because he's more important to the team than Arriva Bene was. Clearly, Arriva Bene, the better team principal. I think it would be silly if they got rid of Binotto from the team entirely. Clearly, he's an important Ferrari person. Um, but yeah, I think it'd be a good move if they got Fred Vasseur in there.
And as well, I was saying, I think 2 or 3 days ago, if you look at the team principals they've had Ferrari since Jean Todt, they've all been internal appointments, and none of them have had previous team boss experience until possibly Fred Vasseur. So that would be, a step clearly in the right direction, and it would definitely, Ferrari would operationally close the gap to Red Bull and Mercedes. I mean, it still wouldn't be, they wouldn't be right back to where they were, 20 years ago, but it would be a step in the right direction. So let's hope that that is true, that story. And I did see Fred yesterday say, because he was asked about it, he said something like, "I can't say anything. You'll hear something soon." So that sounds like, that probably is true. And like you were saying, ideally, if they can, they need to try and keep Bonotto at Ferrari, because as a technical guy or an engineer, he's very good. It's just he can't handle being a team principal. But we'll see what Ferrari decide to do. Hopefully, because we're hearing as well, apparently, that Simone Resta, who has been at Haas this year, is on his way back to Ferrari for like the millionth time. He's always going from one team to another, is that guy. Him, Bonotto and Resta at Ferrari next season would be a pretty good, thing to have for Ferrari on the technical side. So, we'll see how that all shakes out for them. And quickly for, say, some of the midfield teams, obviously McLaren, Alpine, Aston Martin, say the three headline teams, I would say, this season, even though Aston Martin are not, sixth in the championship, it's they've been a headline team, I guess, because of the disappointing year they've had. For McLaren, Alpine, Aston Martin, what have you thought of their seasons in 2022? If you're still there.
Sorry, I'm
Oh.
Brundle's in utter chaos at the moment.
Yeah,
Yes,
I've been
I
seeing
completely
this.
tuned out. Sorry.
Something weird's happening or something.
What were you asking me?
I was just
I heard the Simone Resta part.
I was just asking for McLaren, Alpine, Aston Martin, like, what have you thought of their
Uh,
2022s?
Yeah, I mean, well, Aston Martin didn't start off too well, did they? Of course, well, they had that terrible car that brought some updates to it, and well, it's actually turned into a pretty good race car, hasn't it? Which has been good. You've been able to see Seb put in some more performances. I mean, poor Alonso. I mean, Alonso's probably been robbed of about 70 to 80 points this season. Because of the car reliability, which has been only happening on one side of the garage, as Alonso as he pointed out only a couple of weeks back. McLaren, I mean, Lando's been fantastic, just continuing to show and to prove me wrong. Okay, was a little bit critical of Lando, saying he wasn't as good as I think many people thought he was, but he's continuing showing that he's a very, very good driver. And same with Esteban Ocon, really. He's done a fantastic job, especially in qualifying, where Alonso can be beaten. To beat Alonso in qualifying, because if you don't beat Alonso in qualifying, then good luck in the race. So, yeah, I think um, Alpine have been pretty decent, but they've cost themselves really this season. And then, yeah, hopefully Ricardo can go out on a good note. And well, with Hulkenberg coming back into the sport, it's given me a good amount of hopium that Mark Webber, that Daniel Ricciardo could go back onto the grid in a couple of years' time.
Well, I wouldn't mind seeing Webber back in F1. Be interested to see how quick he'd be. But yeah, McLaren have been, for me, they've been a bit disappointing this year. I thought they would have been a bit quicker. Alpine have been, I'd say, the best midfield team. Obviously, they're 19 points clear of McLaren coming into this race, and they should finish in fourth. And Aston Martin have been disappointing, but they've made a lot of progress. And with those, was it Dan Fallows and some of the other staff that they hired earlier this year, or that they were able to get actually started working with the team, I think back in May, they should, Aston Martin, be the most improved team next season, and I'm hoping with Alonso at the wheel they'll be at least, say, the quickest midfield team. That would be good to see from Aston Martin. I was going to actually ask, do you remember how bad they were in Melbourne, especially for Vettel, who could barely do like 5 laps in a row? That was so bad.
Yeah, and I mean, Seb had a very amateur crash just towards the end of the first sector.
Yeah.
Oh man, why has Seb got to retire, man? Like why?
Yeah, it's it does feel weird. I mean, I think a few months ago, before he announced his retirement, I was saying, I probably got 2 or 3 years left, but yeah, for him to be retiring now, it does feel weird, and
it feels premature.
Yeah, it's definitely premature. He's easily good enough to still be in F1 for another at least 5 years, if not more. Good to see Ross Brawn there as well. I think I saw a stat that 2023 will be the first season in 33 years with no Vettel or Schumacher on the grid. So there you go. Obviously, there'll still be a German driver on the grid, Nico Hulkenberg. But yeah, no Vettel or Schumacher name on the grid. First time in 33 years, which, pretty mental stat that is. As we've got about 13 minutes to go until the race begins in Abu Dhabi, as Toto Wolff just being interviewed on the grid by Jenson Button there, as Lewis Hamilton, I think, just going toilet before the Grand Prix gets underway. Couple final things to ask you is what's been your best race of the season? And I was going to ask as well, I think I remember the top 5 you gave me earlier for the drivers this year, but what is your top 10 drivers for 2022, if you can give me that? I was just interested to know.
I can give you like a top 7.
Yeah, go for that then, top 7.
Okay. Well, I can... Oh, no, that'd be harsh, because... Yeah, I can give you a top 8.
Okay.
Okay, so Max number 1, Charles second best driver this season. Then Lewis in 3rd, because really since Canada he's been on top of George, even though George has won a race and Lewis hasn't. I still think Hamilton's been the better driver for the majority of the season. Then I would have George in 4th. Then closely followed by Alonso in 5th, Norris in 6th, Perez in 7th, and then probably Esteban Ocon in 8th.
That's actually... I even though I will get into it more tomorrow, I'll reveal my top 10, and like I said, I'll explain in my season review that I'm doing tomorrow night my reasoning, or deeper my reasoning behind it. But my top 10 best driver of the season is Verstappen, Leclerc, Hamilton, Russell, Alonso, and then Perez 6th, then Norris. The reason I've got Perez 6th is because I think he's had probably his best season of his career this year. Maybe you could argue 2020 was rivaling this year, but I think Perez has been really, really good this year. And then Norris 7th, Ocon 8th, Sainz 9th, and then 10th I'd probably go Sebastian Vettel. I'd have to go. Can't think of anyone else that could probably get into the top 10. Yeah, that'd be my top 10. Yeah. But again, I'll explain my reasoning in all of my reasoning in my stream tomorrow. And I was gonna what race this season would you say has been the best one?
Oh, I can't remember, man. I genuinely can't remember. Like, my brain's just shut off and forgotten a lot of the Grand Prix this year. Like, I genuinely, off the top of my head, cannot remember.
Yeah, I mean, it is hard, obviously, when you get to the end of the season to remember, earlier in the season.
Yeah, I mean, and you can remember a race from 1992, like it was like it happened yesterday, because you're cooked.
Yeah. I'd say the best race for me this year was Silverstone. That was a great race. That was such a good race. Obviously, what happened after the safety car came in. Yeah, that was incredible stuff. Some of the overtakes and just racing was incredible. And yeah, I'd go for the British Grand Prix. Other worthy mentions, probably Saudi Arabia, I thought was good. Canada was a decent race. Obviously, Sao Paulo last weekend was good. That was a very good race. Very good weekend as well.
Yeah, I was about to say that was the best race weekend of the year, quite comfortably.
Yeah, it was a really exciting weekend. US Grand Prix I thought was pretty good. Hungary was pretty good as well. But yeah, I will echo.
Hungary was just frustrating because Ferrari are dumb.
Yeah, the strategy, yeah. But what do you call it? I was gonna echo your thoughts from earlier, but I've forgot to do it until now. That this season, I don't think it's been bad. I think it's been a good season, but just not anywhere near last year. I mean, it was always going to be a tough act to follow because last year was just so great. So many stories. I mean, just an incredible season, 2021. It felt very similar at times, 2021 to the 2012 season with just how... I mean, if you go back and look even at the results of last year, you can't believe some of the results that actually happened in that season.
Yeah.
Pierre Gasly on the podium, I think in one race, and there was a few races where Gasly was in the top 5, top 6. Ocon winning a race, truly mental stuff happened last season. But I think because the regulations are going to be the same for the next 3 seasons after this, I reckon give it a couple years, I think we'll be back to that level of competitiveness. And obviously with the way the F1 works now, where if you finish lower in the championship, you get more aero testing time. I think that will start to really play out in a couple years. So yeah, I think definitely 2 or 3 years from now, we'll get some really great stuff. And next season, I think will definitely be a bit better than what we've seen in 2022. I also think as well that our expectations probably coming into the season have been a bit overhyped because of what happened last season, and because we probably expected the racing to be a bit better given how much the cars have improved with how they can follow better. One thing I have noticed though this year is because they can follow a lot better, we've had a lot more easy overtakes, just pressing obviously the DRS button and overtaking than we had in 2021. So we may have even had more overtakes this year, but a lot of it has been a lot easier. But
well, I mean, we saw in the sprint race last week, Chaz, that the drivers didn't even need DRS, really.
Yeah.
to cruise up to the back and to put them in a good spot. And that's one thing I worry about tonight, because there's so many DRS zones that it is going to be a little bit like that.
Yeah, we've got 2 very long DRS zones indeed. And yeah, we could get some very easy overtaking. I think definitely, drivers that are coming through the field on, say, drivers that are doing extra pit stops, they're probably not going to be held up too much by, doing extra pit stops. And Pirelli, by the way, they've got their predicted or best possible race strategy as a 2-stop race. So yeah, we'll get into all of that in a moment. Just want to end the poll in the chat quickly, because I just want to read out the results. So 579 votes, and I asked you guys, who do you think will win the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix? You guys have gone for Max Verstappen in first with 50% of the vote, Hamilton second, 25%, and Perez third, 13%, and Leclerc fourth, 10%. And yeah, I agree with that. I think Max Verstappen will win this Grand Prix. And now we will get into just the final stats and everything before this final race quickly. So let's start with Red Bull Racing. Max Verstappen has won the last 2 races in Abu Dhabi, even though last year's was rather dubious. Red Bull have won in Abu Dhabi 5 times since 2009. And in the 21 races so far this season, until race 22 today, Red Bull have won 16 races in 2022. A truly incredible amount of wins this season that nobody saw coming. For Ferrari and Charles Leclerc, Leclerc's best result in Abu Dhabi is 3rd from 2019. Ferrari, though, despite having the Ferrari World roller coaster and everything, they have never won the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And Ferrari, despite being on pole position, I think 12 times in total this season, they have only won 4 races in 2022, and their last win was in Austria back in the nearly the middle of July. For Mercedes and Lewis Hamilton has won in Abu Dhabi 5 times since 2011. Make sure to look out for him. I'm sure he'll be a bit better today. Mercedes also have won 6 times in Abu Dhabi since 2014. Lewis's last win was 11 months ago in F1 in Saudi Arabia. And as well, if he doesn't win today, his record of winning at least 1 race per season is over. The record of him having at least 1 pole position per season has already ended. So we'll see whether he can maybe hang on to the race win record. And for Sebastian Vettel, Sebastian has won in Abu Dhabi 3 times since 2009. All of those wins were for Red Bull. And Vettel has finished in the points of every race here except for the last 2 years. Let's hope he does get a point or so today. And quickly we'll go into the championship standings. Max Verstappen, of course, the champion. Leclerc and Perez level on points coming into this Grand Prix in the fight for second. Perez looking most likely to win that fight. George Russell is in 4th. Russell technically still can finish in 2nd, but would need a very lucky result really to go his way. Lewis Hamilton is in 5th with Carlos Sainz in 6th. Lando Norris 7th. Ocon 8th. Alonso 9th. And Bottas in 10th. And then on the constructor side, Red Bull, of course, the champions. Ferrari 2nd. Only 19 points clear of Mercedes, who could get 2nd today. But again, things would have to really go their way if they were to do that. Alpine are 4th. 19 points clear of McLaren. Realistically, Alpine have got 4th. Alfa Romeo are 6th. 5 points clear of Aston Martin is 7th. Haas are 8th. 2 points clear of AlphaTauri in 9th. And Williams are last. And now let's get into the starting grid for this final Grand Prix of the season. So on the front row, it is a Red Bull 1-2, Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez, the first Red Bull front row in Abu Dhabi since 2013. On the second row, it's an all-Ferrari second row of Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz. On the third row, it is Lewis Hamilton and George Russell. On the fourth row, Lando Norris and Esteban Ocon. And on the fifth row, completing the top 10, 6 World Championships combined, Sebastian Vettel and Fernando Alonso. Vettel, of course, in his final F1 race. In 11th and 12th, it is Tsunoda and Schumacher. 13th and 14th, Daniel Ricciardo and Lance Stroll. 15th and 16th, Zhou and Magnussen. Gasly and Bottas, penultimate row of the grid. And on the back row of the grid, the 2 Williamses of Alex Albon and Nicholas Latifi. And that's all you need to know going into this Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Let me get everything ready now. And there you go, running orders on the left-hand side of your screen. And I'll get up the lap ticker in a moment. As it looks as though most people are probably going to be on the medium compound tyres for this Grand Prix. Or to start
Max
the Grand
might be on
Prix.
the medium tyre. No, he definitely is. They showed it on there.
Right. Yeah, it looks. Yeah, looking down the grid, looks as though most, if not everyone, is starting on the medium. And of course, remember, it's a 58-lap Grand Prix. As the formation lap about to begin in just a few seconds' time. And the formation lap begins right now. And there's a car down the field that's on the soft tyres, I think. And there's a car down the field on the hard tyres, I can see. We have most cars on the medium compound tyre, by the looks of it. As the formation lap has begun. There's a car very slow at the back there, which is, I think, Latifi. And yeah, should take a couple minutes to get round this formation lap. They're going very slowly there at the back are the Williamses. Don't quite know, but we're still looking at them. But yeah, Max Verstappen on the mediums, and it looks as though I think we've got the top 10 on medium compound tyres. And then yeah, some a couple differences further down the order. And yeah, the top 15 actually are on the mediums, and then you got Magnussen, Gasly, and Bottas on different tyres. Gasly on the soft, and Magnussen and Bottas on the hard compound tyre. So yeah, the mediums clearly the tyre of choice. As Verstappen is already coming into the final sector on this formation lap.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chaz, I really hope that Seb has a good race and that he doesn't have a stinky, terrible final race like Jensen did here.
Yeah.
Remember when he went over the bump, the chicane too hard in the middle sector?
Yeah.
And his suspension just broke. Yeah, hopefully we don't have any just bullshit retirement with Seb.
Yeah, well, remember, I don't think you will. It's hard to remember it because we only remember last year's race for you-know-what. But Kimi Räikkönen, I think, had a brake failure in last year's race. So, yeah.
I do remember, yeah.
Yeah, he went deep at one of the corners. Can't remember which corner it was exactly. So, yeah, as long as he makes the end of the race and, yeah, just gets the top 10, then, yeah, that would be great. And, yeah, one thing I am hoping is he doesn't get punted off at the first corner. Because
was it 2011? Was it 2011 where he retired at the first corner?
I think it was turn 2. I think it was where he had a puncture for no reason or for some reason, no idea.
Yeah, he went wide a little bit and his tire just punctured.
Yeah. As right, we've got most cars on the grid now, and the two Williamses now are coming up to the rear of the field. And here we go, guys, for the final time in 2022. The lights come on. It is 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights on, and lights out, and away we go. And Max Verstappen has got a great start as there's a Mercedes there of George Russell having a look at the Ferrari, and Lewis Hamilton goes round the outside, I think, of Carlos Sainz there. Great start as Lando Norris overtakes Russell for 6th place. And they all come through now. And Leclerc pretty close to the back of Perez and sending it down the inside. But Perez doesn't even flinch and doesn't even try and defend his position. And that's put Leclerc now out of position, going down to the chicane as Hamilton right in the slipstream now. This is vital that Lewis gets past if he can. But no, Carlos Sainz goes down the inside and forces Lewis hard to jump over the sausage curb there. And hopefully has not done any damage. He's come out ahead now of Sainz. And you've got Lando Norris now all over the back of Carlos. And yeah, I think Lewis there was probably pushed off the track. And Russell now lost a position or gained back a position on the Alpine there. So Russell has had an awful start as Hamilton all over the back of Leclerc coming into the final sector. And they're now coming round to complete the first lap. And here's a replay, Nib. Did Sainz force him off the track?
Well, I tell you what, it was lap 1 last season all over again, just between Sainz and Hamilton this time instead of Verstappen and Hamilton. Let's have a look, as he has forced him off the track, but with the new guidelines, who knows who they deem to be at fault there?
Yeah, well, last year, Hamilton was forced off, as they've noted it, the stewards. Hamilton was forced off and was allowed to keep his position, rightfully so. I think Hamilton should be allowed to keep his position because he was definitely forced off the track. There was nowhere he could go. But the top 10 on lap 2 is Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, Hamilton, Sainz, Norris, Russell, Ocon, Vettel, Alonso, and the rest of the field. It is Tsunoda, then Stroll, Schumacher, Ricciardo, Zhou, Alex Albon is now up to 16th place as Daniel Ricciardo there. Good move on Mick Schumacher to go up to 13th.
Yeah.
And Albon actually down to 17th now. And then Gasly 18th, Latifi 19th, Bottas 20th as Albon overtakes Kevin Magnussen again. As there's some good racing going on down the further the field. No further investigation for Sainz and Hamilton, so clearly they think it is absolutely fine. As Magnussen under serious pressure, and of course on the hard tyre, and that's a big reason probably why Valtteri Bottas is last, because he's on the hard tyre as well, and obviously probably struggling for tyre warm-up as we begin lap 3. And Verstappen and Perez leading pretty comfortably at the moment. And I will get on screen, guys, in a moment, the tyres. As Max Verstappen does the fastest lap, 1:30.5. Remember, his average lap time in FP2 was a 1:30.4. So, yeah, he should be able, for the first stint, to keep up good pace.
How dare he be a 10th off? I'll just read out what Carlos Sainz said on the radio whilst we were just chatting before. He said, "Okay, I overtook him. He needs to give me the position back. Super unfair. He did exactly the same last year with Verstappen."
Yeah, I disagree. He clearly forced him off the track. Interesting to see, though.
I agree with you.
It's pretty clear. If you look at the onboard, there's nowhere really he could have gone. Perez is all over the back of Verstappen. He's only 0.6 of a second behind him. And keeping very nicely with Max. And here's a replay of the start. I'll let you take us through it, Neb.
Yep, as we get around now, Hamilton has been noted for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. But yes, as you said at the time, Max got quite a good start. So did Vettel, able to get past Ocon. Great move by Hamilton around the outside of Carlos Sainz there. And Lando was able to just sneak his way past George Russell. Then I think further back you had Ocon going for a late lunge on Vettel, but he wasn't able to quite get that done. But yeah, a little bit silly by Charles. He compromised himself, but thankfully he got away with it, and Hamilton was not able to capitalise on that little look at Perez. As you can see how quickly Sainz, with the double slipstream, with quite a late lunge on Hamilton. And yeah, Hamilton's certainly entitled to racing room there, isn't he?
Yeah, he had nowhere to go unless he literally just stopped and let Carlos through, but then he would have compromised himself massively and hopefully hasn't damaged his car. Should be hopefully okay enough. And let's now, as Verstappen is now pulled away by a second on this lap, from Perez, so Perez no longer has a chance, as Lewis Hamilton is all over the back of Leclerc, and Hamilton has an issue, some sort of issue. He's now been overtaken by Carlos Sainz, or has been told to let him back through. I wonder.
He's told to let him back through.
By who? The FIA or Mercedes?
Bono come on the radio and told him to give him the position back.
Well, I completely disagree with that. I don't see how they should. I don't see how he, unfairly gained position, as we've said. So that's very surprising. But Carlos Sainz is up to 4th now, and Lewis is now, Mercedes have now made their jobs a lot harder, as Pierre Gasly is up to 17th now, past Magnussen. We saw that little battle on the first lap. And also, Zhou Guanyu has overtook Mick Schumacher for 14th place. Lewis Hamilton, though, straight away, all over the back of Sainz. He's got DRS wide open, coming down to turn 6. Carlos defends to the inside. And Hamilton really should just try and do the switch back here to get a good run on Sainz, as Russell is about to overtake Lando Norris as well. And here comes Lewis Hamilton, who goes round the outside of Carlos into turn 9. Pretty comfortable move, as Russell overtakes Norris as well. And I'm sure Hamilton will be on the back of Leclerc in a couple laps as well. So Hamilton up to 4th and Russell up to 6th. Nib, if you were a driver, I mean, if I was, surely we'd be going mental if our team told us to let him back through. That, I don't see why they should have done that.
I think that they just know that they're probably faster than Ferrari. I mean, we saw he was quickly coming up to the back of Leclerc, and they're like, right, let's not risk it. I mean, who knows? We'll find out a little bit more after the race. But yeah, I mean, I completely think I think it's rubbish.
Yeah, I don't see. I think really, I think they would have been fine, to be honest, and I don't think they should have let him back through, obviously. And I think they should have took the risk that, it would have played out in their favour in the end, because obviously they've cost themselves now an extra, 3-4 seconds for the Grand Prix. That's Max Verstappen leading by 2.3 seconds. Leclerc 2.5 behind Perez. Hamilton only 1.3 behind Leclerc. Sainz is still within a second of Hamilton and had DRS on that occasion to turn 6 and 7. George Russell, though, is right up behind Carlos Sainz. Will he go for the move into turn 9? He tries the outside line and keeps going around the outside, but Sainz blocks him off. Russell tries maybe to go underneath, but nothing doing. But Ferrari clearly, at least with Carlos Sainz, are definitely lacking pace. As Carlos, overtaken immediately he was by Hamilton, and Russell, by the looks of it, is going to overtake Carlos pretty quickly, as Hamilton is now 1.7 behind Leclerc as they now begin all lap 7 out of 58. And the other battles to look at is Vettel and Alonso are within a second of, or have got DRS on Esteban Ocon, who is 1.4 seconds behind Norris. So that's a battle to look out for, which is not too far back from this fight with Sainz and Russell. As Russell again close to Carlos, but Carlos has DRS on Lewis Hamilton down the straight to turn 6, and that's why George cannot have a go at Carlos. And Carlos getting pretty close to Hamilton into the chicane. Will he try for a move on Hamilton into turn 9? We know the Ferrari's a lot quicker than the Mercedes in a straight line. And no, Carlos not close enough, but Hamilton really needs to break free because it's hurting his teammate as well. And yeah, Vettel having to go at Ocon into turn 9, but nowhere near close enough for the end. But Vettel already looking to get on with it and make some moves. And I've just seen that Alex Albon has overtaken Mick Schumacher. Good progress from him in this Grand Prix. That obviously started in 19th. And here's a replay of Hamilton at turn 1. And right, that was why he was a bit closer to Sainz. He went wide at turn 1. And then here's a replay of Schumacher overtaking Gasly. Must have re-overtaken him because Gasly was behind him anyway. So, yeah, close battles going on at the very back there. And Carlos now even closer to Lewis Hamilton than Russell is to Carlos Sainz, as now they come down to the chicane. And Carlos going to have a go. Surely Hamilton into the chicane. Goes to the outside, and surely he'll do the same thing as Hamilton. Just make sure he gets a good run out of the chicane. I don't think Hamilton has a chance of defending, unfortunately, because the Ferrari out of that chicane has good straight line speed, good run out the corner as well, and round the outside he goes. And Carlos Sainz is up to 4th again in this never-ending battle. And Sebastian Vettel up the inside of turn 9 on Ocon. And Vettel, has he got the move done? He's round wide. And, oh, thankfully no contact. And Ocon gets back ahead. Great racing here in Abu Dhabi. Something you don't normally hear me say. As that battle continues. So Sainz up to 4th. And Vettel is actually back down, in 9th place. Yeah, it's quite a lot of racing in it for Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, and we're not even 10 laps in.
Yeah, it's good because, I mean, usually a huge gap would be created with the last sector with the amount of dirty air with the previous cars, but we're seeing that that's not so much the case, and the car's able to stay within DRS, and it's actually not been very easy so far. So, but that could change as Hamilton. Oh, I think Hamilton might be a little bit more under threat from Russell here.
He is, as Russell into the chicane, position his car on the outside, and obviously he'll try the same move on Hamilton. I think Hamilton has damage. I think that's why he's so slow now. He must have some sort of damage from that, curb hopping. As Russell round the outside of Hamilton into turn 9 and up to 5th. And yeah, I think Hamilton must have some sort of damage, or letting Sainz through. Maybe his tyre temperature's dropped and he can't get it back under control or something. But yeah, not looking good for Hamilton. And hopefully, from Mercedes' point of view, George Russell can now get within a second of Carlos Sainz, because Mercedes should be able to be quicker than Ferrari here. And there's a replay of Russell just easily going around the outside as we're now on lap 10. Verstappen, 2.5 seconds clear of Perez. And Perez, a further 3 seconds clear of Leclerc. So Leclerc, nearly 6 seconds off the lead after 10 laps. Not too bad from Leclerc, but he's already quite a bit away. Red Bull looking pretty comfortable out front.
Just quickly, Chaz, Hamilton's saying that he's losing power. That's what he's just reported back to Mercedes on the team radio. But I wouldn't be surprised at all if there's some damage to the underside of the car after walloping it on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. So it sent a shockwave through the power unit as well when he landed back down. As here comes Sebastian Vettel on Ocon down to turn 6. Not going for the move just yet. And I was going to just quickly note that Lando Norris is now catching Lewis Hamilton. And of course, that's not normal because the McLaren a lot slower. So, yeah, he's definitely got a problem. Let's hope it's solvable. As here comes Vettel on Ocon into turn 9. Will he send it around the outside? No, not enough momentum. And it wasn't enough alongside. But this is a good battle between the two Alpines, Fernando Alonso and Yuki Tsunoda in the background, with Lance Stroll as well. So, yeah, this is looking like a pretty competitive, fun race so far, which is good to see. As well, in the top 6, it's calmed down now, but hotting up in the midfield, no doubt about that. And I'd imagine probably in, say, 8 or 9 laps from now, I reckon we'll start getting the first round of pit stops, as Lewis Hamilton has now already dropped 2 seconds behind his teammate. So yeah, whatever issue he has, it's not, race ending, but he's definitely losing quite a bit of pace to the people that, he needs to be matching or going quicker than.
And just another thing on Hamilton as well, he's reported that his rear tyres are too hot. So I think that would also explain some issue. But I've got to say, we're 11 laps in, and this is the best racing that we've seen at this racetrack in its history.
Yeah, it is. I mean, with this layout, it's a lot better. There's no doubt for racing. And with these cars, yeah, this feels like a proper Grand Prix. Nothing like I remember the race here 2 years ago in 2020, which was the worst race of all time. This race already a million times better, and we're not even quarter of the way through the Grand Prix as Ferrari telling Sainz pace is good. The deg is also lower than expected, and Carlos says, I don't agree. I gotta say, Ferrari, yeah, they do seem to be a bit quicker so far in this race than I expected, because Leclerc is kind of matching Perez, or lapping around the same speed as Perez. Perez is now 3.3 seconds behind Verstappen, and Carlos Sainz is actually pulling away slightly from Russell behind. So, yeah, Ferrari's pace, pretty good. Obviously, the conditions not as hot as at other Grand Prix, and as the Grand Prix goes on, it'll cool, which will help Ferrari out quite a bit as this battle for 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th continues between Ocon, Vettel, Alonso, Tsunoda, and Stroll. And Vettel shaping up into turn 6 to try and really just get a better run out of the corner, so he can have a go at Ocon. Ocon, though, had a bit of a poor exit there. And now, as they come to turn 9, will Vettel this time have enough momentum to get the move done? He sends it round the outside. Will he keep his foot in it? Yes, he does. And Ocon, though, keeps him at bay. Great racing between the two. And Vettel, I don't think, will be able to go for any move into turn 12 there. But yeah, great racing. And Alonso, I can see just behind these two, as well as Max Verstappen is now over 4 seconds clear. So Max is really starting to stretch his legs out front. As here's a replay of Hamilton into turn 1, understeers wide, and the same thing happens again. So yeah, maybe he does have a power issue, but I think also he does have some sort of handling issue, because that's obviously twice he's done that. As Alex Albon has pitted for Williams. First person to pit. The pit window for the medium tyre runners opens on lap 14. As Lewis saying there's something up with the car, there's something up with the car, mate. And yeah, pretty clear that there is. Alonso now pretty close to the back of Vettel. Let me just update that Albon is now last. And Albon has pitted for a set of hard tyres. And let's quickly see what goes on here with Vettel and Ocon. And Vettel not close enough on this occasion. But they'll definitely now, Aston Martin, be thinking of what do they do on the pit stops in terms of the strategy. Because clearly, Vettel is much quicker and needs to be released. But yeah, Gasly on the soft, Magnussen on the hard, Latifi on the medium. And then, actually, Bottas is up to 18th. I need to update that. But Albon at the very back on the hard compound tyre. So, yeah, Bottas up to 18th. And we are now on lap 14. And Lance Stroll now pits. And that should now kick off the first round of pit stops, because he was not too far behind that battle for 8th. And 2.5 second stop as we're now looking at Daniel Ricciardo, who's now up to P12, having a decent race. He's not too far behind this battle. And we'll see what they decide to do with him, whether they decide to go a bit longer in this race. Max Verstappen now 5 seconds clear of Perez. And Leclerc only 1.5 seconds behind Perez. So Perez may have pushed a bit too hard on his tyres or something, because yeah, Perez really struggling for pace right now. As Vettel again trying on Ocon into turn 9 pretty much every lap. But still unable to do anything about him. But Stroll is now in 19th position. Let me just update that. The front runner's still on track. Let's see if any of these three decide to pit. And Ocon decides to pit, and Tsunoda, I saw just there briefly, are coming in to the pit lane as they all now pile in. And the front runners, yeah, will probably be the last to make their stops. And Ocon onto the hards.
Charles is within a second of Perez now.
Right. Yeah, I don't know why Perez is so slow. Again, maybe he's just really destroyed his tyres. And also Schumacher and Gasly have pitted. So Gasly will be at the back. And then it will be Schumacher in 20th. There's Williams there of Latifi just ahead of Ocon. Obviously, Latifi has not pitted yet. So Schumacher 19th, Gasly 20th. And then Tsunoda has rejoined in 17th position as Max Verstappen in a class of 1 out front. He begins lap 16. And Perez has pitted because that's the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc, the next man on track. So clearly he did destroy his tyres. And where will Perez come out? He goes onto a set of hard tyres. Everyone going to hard tyres at the minute. And
George Russell. Sorry.
Yep, George Russell has pitted. And Lando Norris is coming in. Yeah, 5.2 second stop for Russell. That is not good. Everyone, yeah, coming in for the hard tyres. So clearly the data for that tyre is really good. So Sergio Perez has rejoined in 7th position. I need to update that Esteban Ocon is, as Perez passes Alonso, I need to update that Ocon is a bit further down the order now after his pit stop. He's down in 13th. And Latifi now going to drop to the back as he has pitted. As a Red Bull there of Sergio Perez going very deep in passing, or just after passing Sebastian Vettel. And Vettel now having a go back and going around the outside. Is he into turn 9? Yes, he does. And that's vital for Vettel to at least have some clean air for another few corners, or maybe, you know, half a lap or so. And that obviously has really hurt Sergio Perez. And hopefully, as Charles Leclerc is putting a good in lap, go for it, mate.
Yeah, that was quite a pedestrian mistake. It's funny, as soon as I was saying Russell said on the team radio that his front tyres are dead, he come into the pits. It was perfect timing. But yeah, a very pedestrian mistake there by Perez, allowing Vettel back through. And yeah, who knows, Charles might be able to capitalise off of that, as we're seeing now what went wrong with George Russell's pit stop. Something slow on the rear. Yeah, the rear right tyre was a little bit slow. I say a little bit. And then, well, that's going to be a penalty because Lando locked up to avoid him there.
Right, I didn't quite see that, but yeah, if you have to lock up to avoid someone in the pit lane, that's normally a penalty. So yeah, disappointing from Mercedes as Sergio Perez now overtakes Sebastian Vettel as Carlos Sainz has now been told to box. So Perez now up to P5, Vettel 6th, Alonso 7th, Ricciardo is up to P8. And actually Alonso is in 7th, and then it is Ricciardo in 8th. Lando Norris is down in P11 as... hold on, I've got... Right, so Alonso, is 7th. Ricciardo 8th, Russell 9th. And then Kevin Magnussen is all the way 10th, up in 10th. Obviously, remember, Magnussen started on the hard compound tyres, which is good for Magnussen. And we're now on lap 18. And Russell pit lane incident noted. And that'll be a 5-second penalty, I'm sure, as Carlos Sainz makes his first pit stop. And Perez will rejoin ahead of him, but he will come out behind Vettel and Alonso, which will hurt him for a couple laps. So Hamilton is up to 3rd with Perez in 4th, and Carlos Sainz rejoins in 7th position. And then you got Ricciardo 8th, Russell 9th, Magnussen 10th, Norris is 11th with Valtteri Bottas up to 12th, and then Ocon is 13th. Lance Stroll has gained from that early pit stop because he's past Yuki Tsunoda now, who is up to 15th as Russell overtakes Ricciardo. And Tsunoda is 15th, and then you've got Albon 16th, Zhou 17th, Schumacher 18th, Gasly 19th, and Latifi in 20th. As here is Fernando Alonso thinking about a move on Vettel. And who knows when these two are coming in. Maybe at the end of this lap, we will see.
And Ricciardo.
Hamilton now told to pit. Hamilton is already 20 seconds before his pit stop behind Max Verstappen. So shows you clearly the issues that Lewis Hamilton has. And he now pits, and he will come out quite low down the order, maybe even around where Lando Norris is, and that's a good pit stop that time from Mercedes. And under investigation now, unsafe release with George Russell. So Perez is now 3rd. Vettel and Alonso stay out, interestingly. And Hamilton comes out as, he says, I think the floor's broken, and pretty likely, I would say. That's interesting there. That I think the mechanics have wrote all their names on the inside of that tyre. As Carlos Sainz now overtakes Fernando Alonso for 5th position. And he should probably overtake Sebastian Vettel into turn 9 in a second. Lewis Hamilton has rejoined in 9th place. As Lando Norris is just overtaking Kevin Magnussen. And I see there's any other differences in the order. No. But let me just correct who is on what compound at the moment. So Sergio Perez in 3rd is on the hard tyre. Everyone is currently on the hard tyre except for Verstappen, Leclerc, Vettel, Alonso, and Ricciardo. So Carlos Sainz in 5th on the hard tyre, and Carlos, as Max saying, the front right is fucked, basically. Doing pretty well despite that, though, as Perez does the fastest lap of the race of a 1:29.7. Max, I think, 7 or 8 seconds clear of Perez, as Alonso and Ricciardo have pitted. And surely Aston Martin will respond on the next lap. And here we go. So, Carlos Sainz about to overtake Sebastian Vettel for 4th. And there you go. The move is done.
I've got to say, I'd expect Verstappen and Leclerc to probably pit this lap. Because if they leave Max out any longer, Perez will be in front of him.
Yeah, well, it'll be good for Max to have gone this much longer, because it means, of course, he'll be able to pull away again, and he was pulling away by quite a bit. As Max Verstappen now begins lap 21 by pitting. or what could be his only pit stop. We'll have to see. Maybe he'll do a 2-stop. And yeah, Charles Leclerc stays out on track. And Verstappen will drop to second. Sergio Perez, not too far behind, exiting the final corner, but I think Max should, by a second or two, keep the position. And yeah, just about he does, but Perez will have warmer tyres, so Max will have to put in a good outlap here, and then he should be fine. As Perez, yeah, I think Perez might have DRS on Verstappen. He does, down to turn 6, but yeah, as long as Max has a good outlap, he should be fine. They come down to turn 6 now. And yet, 5-second time penalty for George Russell. So if he doesn't pit again, then he'll have 5 seconds added to his race time.
What's good? You're just saying how it would be good with Verstappen going longer into this race. Well, that is my hopium that I've got with Daniel Ricciardo, as he's currently sitting in 18th behind Mick Schumacher.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe. Maybe, going longer will help. Maybe McLaren, if the hard tyres really hang up well, maybe they could go the 1-stopper. But it still looks as though most likely it's going to be a 2-stopper. As Charles Leclerc now pits for the hard tyres. Good pit stop, 3 seconds. And Leclerc will come out in 3rd place, I'm pretty sure. Or will he? There's Carlos Sainz, and Carlos has got it, hasn't he? Just about. Very close. And no, Leclerc just has it over Carlos Sainz, but it'll be interesting to see what happens now. Leclerc should pull away from Carlos, but will Carlos go for the move? And Sainz will now have DRS down the straight to turn 6, and no, it looks as though Carlos is not going for the move, because I think he knows that Leclerc much fresher tyres and should pull away. But I am just trying to quickly correct the order. The top 10, as Leclerc pulling away now. Your current top 10 is on lap soon to be 23 out of 58. It is a replay of Max Verstappen's pit stop. Let's just see what happened here. And just a slight delay on the left rear tyre. It's currently Max Verstappen leading. Perez 2nd, Leclerc 3rd, Sainz 4th, Russell 5th, Vettel 6th. Vettel has not pitted yet. I think Aston Martin are probably going for a 1-stop strategy here. Hamilton 7th, Norris 8th, Ocon 9th, and Stroll in 10th. And, just a replay of Russell overtaking Sebastian Vettel. As Leclerc now starts to pull away from Sainz. Of course, Leclerc pitted, 8 laps after Perez? So Leclerc should really catch Perez back up. And he's not too far ahead, Perez. I mean, he's a few seconds down the road, but it's not a million miles away. As we're looking at now, Fernando Alonso down in 13th. Trying to make his way through the field. Let me just correct the rest of the order. Valtteri Bottas has not pitted yet. And he is in 11th as Lewis Hamilton overtakes Sebastian Vettel for 6th. And then, Bottas is 11th with Tsunoda in 12th. Alonso 13th. Not anymore. As Fernando Alonso, for position, overtakes Tsunoda, and both of them overtake Valtteri Bottas. Good double overtake there. Critical for Alonso's race, but there'll be some good racing now to turn 9. As Tsunoda has a go back at Alonso and will probably get back ahead, and he does. And Valtteri Bottas possibly looking for a move. Nope, decides not to bother. So Tsunoda back ahead of Alonso. And Tsunoda pitted, of course, quite a bit earlier than
Yes.
Alonso.
Ricardo's ahead of Mick Schumacher. Alonso's coming, babe. Ricardo's coming. He's coming.
He's not too far behind this battle. He's only what 5 seconds or something. So if these two keep holding each other up, then he might be able to get into this battle. And of course, he has much fresher tyres than I think Stroll in P10. But yeah, Stroll. Tsunoda 11th, Alonso 12th, and then Bottas 13th. Albon is 14th, with Magnussen in 15th, and then Zhou 16th, Ricciardo 17th, Schumacher 18th, Gasly 19th, and Latifi in 20th. Now, let me do all the tyres on the screen, because not everyone is on mediums. Only one person is on mediums, which is Sebastian Vettel. And again, Vettel has not pitted yet. I think he will probably pit, though, Vettel, in the next... Oh, he's been overtaken now by Lando Norris. As here is Alonso versus Tsunoda down the inside of turn 9. Alonso gets the move done and is up to P11. Right. Let me just quickly do the position changes there. So, Norris is ahead of Vettel. We're now seeing a replay of that. Vettel should probably pit now because I think he's gone as long as he needs to, really. So, yeah. Vettel in 8th on the medium. And then everyone behind him is on the hard compound tyre. There's Usher in the McLaren garage, I can see on the broadcast. And I'll just quickly update that it is lap 25 out of 58. Charles Leclerc, not sure if he's catching. I haven't really paid attention. He's 4.2 seconds behind. Max Verstappen leading by 2.2 seconds. What did Seb just say then on the radio?
It's the worst. We're just getting eaten alive. We're a sitting duck.
Yeah.
That is what he said.
Yeah, Aston Martin, I was looking at the speed traps on the screen before the race. And, Ricciardo up to 16th, just passing Kevin Magnussen. And now Mick Schumacher all over the back of Magnussen. Magnussen, I think, still hasn't pitted yet. And Schumacher now down the inside for 17th. Position.
And yes, Leclerc has been catching. He's actually been quite quick at the start of this stint. And again, another 4/10. Both Ferraris actually gained 4/10 on the Red Bull on that previous lap.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting that Ferrari are so quick, because we haven't seen this for a while. So Ricciardo is 16th. Zhou up to 15th as Sebastian Vettel finally pits, and a poor pit stop. 4.1 seconds. Big puff of smoke on the rear of his car. Let's hope it's not anything serious. And he now rejoins in 19th place. Thankfully, though, he's on the freshest tyres out of the whole field. And if he's on a one-stopper and everyone else is on a two-stopper, then he is still in good shape, I think. But yeah, Vettel now in 19th place, as there's Pierre Gasly overtaking Kevin Magnussen, who I'm pretty sure has not pitted yet. Vettel is not too far behind. So everybody now on the hard compound tyre. With just under we're just under half race distance now, so still plenty to go in this Grand Prix. Perez is actually catching, as Magnussen and Gasly here still racing. Perez is actually catching Max Verstappen. Gap now down to 1.8 seconds between Max and Checo.
Yeah, it was half a second on that last lap, and I mean, Max was actually the slowest out of the top six. So I don't know if I mean Max has been doing a 30.8, 30.9 this whole entire stint. So I don't know if he is like just looking after his tires or not. We'll see in the next few laps because yeah, Ferrari and his teammate are catching him.
Yeah, we have not seen this for a while. As Charles Leclerc, it says, will be in striking distance on Perez in 6 laps. He's cut the gap down to just under 4 seconds. He is catching Perez, but not by, mountains of time, but he is definitely catching, as Ricciardo now overtakes Valtteri Bottas. As, right, so yeah, Albon is up to 12th. And then Zhou 13th, Ricciardo now 14th, and Bottas in 15th. Ricciardo's next victim is Zhou Guan Yu, and he's only 1.5 seconds behind. So yeah, Ricciardo should come back into this race in a few laps' time, as we've now got 30 laps to go in Abu Dhabi, as Leclerc cuts the gap down to just under 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, it was 6 tenths on that last lap, Chaz. I mean, Red Bull, certainly Verstappen's responded. He's just put in his personal best first sector. But yeah, Ferrari quite quick at this stage of the Grand Prix.
Oh dear. Fernando Alonso, the unluckiest man of 2022, is out of the race. And I don't think I'll even need to guess what the issue is. And yeah, he'll be very happy to finish this race now with Alpine, because I mean Alpine are going to finish 4th in the championship. They don't need him to do anything now, because McLaren are obviously not going to gain the points necessary. But yeah, what an unlucky season he's had, and he's been so good still. Still 9th in the championship for this season, and yeah, could have had upwards of 50 more points this season, and yeah, a shame for Fernando Alonso. And that sight of him having, to park in the pits, a bit too common in 2022. As Mick Schumacher overtaking Valtteri Bottas there. Charles Leclerc, new fastest lap, 129.7. He's now just 2.5 seconds behind Sergio Perez. So he is going to be on Perez's tail very, very soon. Yeah, Alonso, he's been so unlucky, hasn't he, Nib? He should have had a podium in, obviously, probably Melbourne, with the pace he had there. Canada, probably, as well. It's been such a good season, yet he could have had so much more. That's what's so disappointing, isn't it?
Yeah, Alonso said yesterday after qualifying, it would be nice to finish in the points to see the checkered flag. It's not guaranteed this year that we'll see the checkered flag. And well, he was right.
Yeah. Well, like I was saying, he won't be that disappointed. I mean, he'll be disappointed that he didn't get to the end of the race, but he won't be massively disappointed, because after his contact with Ocon in Brazil, he said, well, just one more race to go and then I'm out. And just seeing Perez saying, yeah, I'm catching Max or something. What did he say there?
Yeah, I'm being held up by Max.
As if. He's 2.1 seconds behind. I don't think there's really a dirty air effect at that point. As Red Bull have got to be thinking he's joking seriously, because that is so stupid. As
I mean, Max was two tenths faster than the previous lap.
Yeah, that is so stupid. Kevin Magnussen, I've just seen, is pitted, and he's on to the medium compound tyre, the only person not on the hard tyre in 19th place. Obviously, he started on the hard tyre, so he has to use different compound. Yeah. Perez needs to worry about what's in his mirrors rather than ahead. As Red Bull driving for a one stop, they are on a one stop. I think is saying Carlos Sainz there. I think, given the pace of Ferrari right now, I don't think Red Bull can afford to do a one-stop because they don't have the pace. As Sebastian Vettel now all over the back of Valtteri Bottas and easily overtakes the Finn into turn 6, and Vettel now up to 15th, and Bottas going deep and soon to be overtaken by Pierre Gasly. And Bottas surely is going to come into the pit soon because he's gained nothing from staying out on the hard tyres that he started on, as we're now on lap 31 and only 4.5 seconds separate the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, Red Bull really had to lift their pace. Max is going a second faster than what he was about 5 laps ago now. So, yeah, Red Bull have certainly had to respond by increasing their pace to Ferrari.
Yeah, as Leclerc is starting to gain properly again on Sergio Perez. Here's a replay of Vettel passing Bottas. And, Bottas then going deep, as we saw. I was just going to say quickly, with Red Bull, I don't think they can afford to do a one-stopper, because if Ferrari were to pit in, say 7 or 8 laps from now for another set of hard tyres or a set of mediums and were to catch right back up and have a lot more pace, Red Bull would be a sitting duck, even with the great straight line speed they've got. So I don't think they can afford to do that right now.
Yeah, and also Fernando had to retire due to a suspected water leak. And everyone on F1 Twitter is crying because now we can't have post-race donuts with Seb and Alonso.
As familiar face in the crowd there. And yeah, it is a shame we won't get to see that. But maybe, you never know. If Vettel ever comes back, we may get to see it in the future. As Russell says, I don't want to pit too early, so clearly Mercedes on a 2-stopper. Interesting, though, with Mercedes, Lewis Hamilton is only 3 seconds behind Russell, and he just did a purple first sector, so he's finding ways around whatever problems he has. As the pit window for the hard tyres on a 2-stop strategy is now open, so yeah. What do Ferrari do? I would absolutely do a 2-stop if I'm Ferrari, and I would definitely trigger the undercut, because I think with Leclerc now only 1.7 behind Perez, as Bottas is pitted, by the way.
Just quickly before I think we might get a Leclerc pit stop, he was told that the tyres are ready by his race engineer.
Right, so we might get a pit stop on this occasion. Let's see. No, not yet. As they begin lap 33. What was I going to say? Yeah. If Leclerc was to pit first, starting to struggle with the tyres a bit. If Leclerc was to pit first, even if Red Bull respond, he probably would get ahead of Perez. But if Red Bull don't respond, and Ferrari, gain a lot of time on the undercut like they should if they get the tyre choice right, then they could win this race. They could legitimately win this Grand Prix, because Red Bull are definitely not as quick as we thought they'd be. As Max Verstappen now 3.1 clear of Perez. Perez only 1.5 clear of Leclerc. Carlos Sainz a further 5 seconds back. And George Russell starting to gain on, or he's not too far behind Carlos Sainz, only, just over 2.5 seconds behind. And Hamilton actually gaining on Russell, so we'll keep an eye on how Mercedes are doing. As Red Bull looks as though they're ready for a pit stop if needed. But, if I'm Red Bull, I'm not doing a one-stop strategy here, because I think that's risky. As Leclerc's radio going off again. And Ferrari out in the pit lane with another set of hard tyres, which, yeah, those are probably the best tyres for him to go on. And Sergio Perez told to box, so clearly it was a bit of a dummy pit stop there, or, do the opposite to Perez. And Perez pits for another set of hard tyres, and Leclerc stays out.
Perfect by Red Bull.
Yeah, great stop as normal, and I think they celebrated it a few days ago. They are the pit stop champions, I think, for the last 5 seasons now. On Red Bull, yeah, they've always been an amazing pit crew. Even when Sebastian Vettel was dominating, they were an amazing pit crew. And I remember, I think was it 2013? They had the 1.8 second stop or 1.9 second pit stop.
With Marcos Webber at the USA Grand Prix, indeed.
Yeah, so they've always been the best pit crew in F1, no doubt about it.
Yeah, they've got the best strategist in the sport. I mean, I was thinking in my head during that lap that they have to cover off the undercut, and they just did exactly that. I mean, Hannah Schmitz is just very, very good at her job.
Absolutely. The best strategist on the grid at the moment, without a doubt, as Max Verstappen. 5 seconds clear on lap 34 of Charles Leclerc. Well, what do Ferrari do? Do they go just a lap longer? Do they go a few laps longer? We will see. Or do they go for the one stopper? I think it's probably best Ferrari still do a 2-stop. As here is Daniel Ricciardo, who we didn't mention he passed Zhou Guanyu. Now he's having a look at Alex Albon for P11. And Verstappen has begun lap 35 and has not pitted. As we've got 23 laps to go here. And Leclerc staying out. And Leclerc lapping around the same as Max Verstappen on that occasion, I think. As Sergio Perez now has... 18, 19 seconds to Charles Leclerc ahead of him. So if Leclerc was to pit, Perez would come out ahead by 2 or 3 seconds. As Mick Schumacher now pits for the second time. And that puts Vettel up to 14th. As we continue to watch this battle between Albon and Ricciardo. And Ricciardo should, even though the Williams is literally a bullet in a straight line, he should be able to overtake Albon. He pitted a lot later than Albon, and we know the McLaren is quicker, but look at that. DRS open, he didn't actually gain that much on Albon, but did in the braking zone, thankfully. And on the exit, decent exit, but nothing special. And I'm not sure, no, he won't have enough pace into turn 9 to go for a move. Which is a shame. Or will he? No, he pulls out of that inevitable crash. As Sergio Perez does the fastest lap of a 1:29.2.
That's very fast.
Yeah, that's a very good lap from Perez. As Ricciardo still all over the back of Albon. And Albon actually decides to pit as Leclerc asking, or Ferrari asking Leclerc, question, can you keep this pace with plan C? And they say, or he says, yes, I think. Plan C, I'm guessing, is a one-stop strategy. Would you guess that as well?
No idea.
Yeah, you never know with Ferrari, do you?
I was about to say, you're asking me what Ferrari you're thinking. I haven't got a Scooby-Doo, mate. But, I mean, at this rate, they've got to pit Leclerc, surely. Like, there's no way they can stay on a one-stop.
Yeah, I don't think it's viable. And as well, if Perez at the end of the race is within a second, he'll obviously have an amazing chance at overtaking because of how mentally quick the Red Bull is in the straights. So, yeah, I think the best thing to do is to just go another few laps and then pit, as Russell being told or saying, if you want to box in first, it's no problem for me. As Russell clearly keen on going longer into this race, as Alex Albon has rejoined, by the way, in 15th position. And Albon and Mick Schumacher as well, who pitted on the medium compound tyre. Let me just update that quickly. So, there you go. As we've got, 21 laps to go. Max Verstappen has now pulled away from Leclerc. And is, 5.3, 5.4 seconds clear. And Perez still giving it everything he can to try and make sure that whilst Leclerc has not pitted yet for a second time, he gains as much time as he can. And critical laps these are for Sergio Perez if he's going to finish second in this Grand Prix. Just want to say quickly, 20 laps to go. Remember, guys, I will be doing a race reaction for at least an hour after the race finishes with you guys, to react with you guys as to what's happened in this final Grand Prix. And quickly as well, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, guys, if you're new to the channel, for more content like this. Because, of course, in 2023, we'll be doing qualifying and race watch-alongs for all the Grand Prix next season. And, make sure to join us for that next year. The bottom right of the screen, you can subscribe right there by clicking subscribe. And as well, for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash the like button, because it does help the channel grow. As Sergio Perez did a 1:29.0 on that lap, which is another new fastest lap. And yeah, we're not too far away from 100 likes, so let's try and get over that if we can before before the end of the race, as Lewis Hamilton is now under a second behind George Russell, and is really coping very well with the damage to his car that we think he has. And this is a great drive from Hamilton. And, Mercedes probably should pit Lewis Hamilton in the next lap or so, because his pace clearly good. And Carlos Sainz is not a million miles away up the road. And both Mercedes staying out on track, as it's now lap 39 out of 58. And contact there. It's Schumacher and Latifi. And Latifi's rear wing is broken. Hopefully he parks that somewhere which doesn't cause a virtual safety car or a safety car. And he's got a puncture on the rear tyre as well. So clearly Mick has sent it, but sent it too hard. As Ferrari, they're lapping, I think, Kevin Magnussen. And I'm amazed Latifi's able to stay on the road so smoothly with all those issues, as Yuki Tsunoda now pits for AlphaTauri, and Lewis Hamilton all over the back of George Russell on the exit of the turn 6-7 chicane. When he go for the move into turn 9, Russell defends to the inside, and Hamilton forces him to now think very carefully about what's going on behind him. Of course, Hamilton did pit, I think, a few laps after Russell did. And plus, we have to remember that Russell does have a 5-second penalty to serve, as under investigation or noted, as George Russell now pits, and so does Carlos Sainz. Has been noted that incident with Mick Schumacher and Nicholas Latifi, as Russell comes in, serves his 5 seconds, and Carlos Sainz does his pit stop. So Hamilton is now up to 3rd, with Perez in 4th. And then it's Sainz in 5th, and George Russell will rejoin in, I think, as the Ferrari sparking heavily there. Carlos Sainz comes out behind Lando Norris, actually. Russell rejoins in 9th position in the Mercedes there. Carlos has come out on a set of hard compound tyres. And Sainz now gets that move done. Russell on the medium tyres now, by the way, in 9th place. As Lewis says, do not leave me on a one-stop strategy. So clearly wants
Well,
fresh
that's not what he said. He said, "Don't leave me on a one-stop, mate." You got to. That's a big difference, mate. The language is very key. Very key there. I got to say, Charles did lose about a second and a half when he was catching up to the back of this pedestrian crash between Schumacher and Latifi.
And here's a replay. Schumacher quite far behind. And yeah, that is a really pathetic mistake from Mick Schumacher. I don't even know what he was doing. Was he sending it, or was he just getting close onto braking and just went too deep? I have no idea what that even was.
Yeah, quite poor that.
And that's ended his race because he will get a penalty for that. And Latifi's car is now broken and he's out of the race because of it. So, yeah.
Stroll's pitting now, Chaz, from 9th place. As now Ricciardo will now go up into 9th place, as we're seeing also a replay of Russell overtaking Stroll before Stroll had pitted.
Yeah, as also I forgot to put Tsunoda down to 14th. As Tsunoda now on the soft compound tyre. And Lance Stroll is now in 12th position. As we are on lap 42. Only 16 laps to go of this race. And yeah, there's still quite a bit to happen, I feel, in this Grand Prix. Max Verstappen now 7.2 seconds clear of Charles Leclerc. And
5-second time penalty for causing a collision for Mick.
Yeah. And clearly deserved. Very poor driving error. As Russell is in 8th on the medium compound tyre. And Russell really racing now for 6th place because he can't really make any progress as he does do the fastest lap of the race, a 1:29.0. And if Ferrari are going to do a 2-stop, really, they need to be pitting in the next lap or two because they don't want to leave it too late.
I've got to say, Chess, though, Perez is only catching about a second a lap on Leclerc at this moment. The hard tyres seem to be holding on quite well.
Yeah. The people who stayed out on the hard tyres, their pace has not worsened, really. And is looking good as purple first sector there for Lewis Hamilton. As Esteban Ocon pits and rejoins in 9th place. And here is Lance Stroll right behind Zhou, who's right behind Ocon. Zhou has DRS on the back of Ocon. Looking pretty close in the midfield. And we've not even talked about him for quite a few laps. But Sebastian Vettel now all of a sudden up to 11th place. And Vettel is on, I'm pretty sure, a one-stop strategy as asking Perez, is Vettel here trying to go round the outside of Zhou and can't get the move done. And Perez was just asking there if they're going to catch Leclerc, and I didn't quite catch the response. I think they're probably saying yes, they can. As Norris now pits.
Yeah, at the moment he's 11 seconds behind Leclerc. So at this rate where he's catching the second lap, he should be able to catch him.
As Lando Norris should rejoin in 7th ahead of his teammate Ricciardo. And yeah, I think Norris just about does. Yeah, Perez currently in 4th position. I just need to update that, Russell and Norris are on the medium compound tyre. And now the McLaren of Daniel Ricciardo overtaken by Esteban Ocon. Not surprised, Ocon has only just pitted. As the two Aston Martins line astern and all over the back of the Alfa Romeo at the minute for the final points paying position. With 14 laps to go, and Sebastian Vettel gets the move done into turn 9, and Stroll will now send it round the outside. Will he? Will Zhou give him the room? Not quite, and Stroll goes off and completes the move. He'll feel as though, as a team radio there from Leclerc, he'll feel as though Stroll, he was pushed off, but he's let him back through. And I think, yeah, he definitely completed the move off the track. I don't think he was pushed off. So
that was a Jensen Button at the Nürburgring, if you remember. Oh, not Nürburgring, at the Hockenheim.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Back
Yeah.
when he got the 10-second penalty for completing that move off the track. Yeah, Perez only caught Leclerc 6/10 on that previous lap. Leclerc was able to do a personal best in the first sector, but I mean, there's just purple and green all getting lit up by these drivers that have just pitted onto the medium, and of course the hard tyres. Lando Norris just set a purple first sector.
Yeah, good pace from Norris, and it does appear at this point, I would say, yeah, Verstappen and Leclerc are on a one-stop strategy. I think that's pretty clear at this point, as Lance Stroll has now overtaken Zhou Guanyu for 11th position. Latifi, by the way, is still in the race, which is surprising. His rear wing, I think, was maybe just a bit wonky because of the rear tyre rather than it being broken. But we're now looking at Sergio Perez all over the back of Lewis Hamilton as they come down to turn 6. Perez goes down the inside, and Lewis Hamilton doesn't even try and defend that. He knows that Perez is not his fight. So Perez is up to 3rd. Hamilton having to go back, though, would definitely help Leclerc and Verstappen if he gets back ahead. And round the outside he goes and gets the move done. And that's revenge for last year, where they were racing, obviously, into that corner where Perez got back ahead on older tyres.
Yeah, Perez just went a little bit too deep there, and that cost him. Like he did earlier, he didn't lock up this time, but he just went way too deep again in the second part of the chicane, and that cost him quite dearly.
As just an update that Lance Stroll is in 11th place, and then we've got Tsunoda 12th. Gasly is 13th with Albon 14th, and Zhou Guanyu's just pitted and come out in 15th place. And yeah, here's a replay, and yeah, Hamilton did to Perez what Perez did to him a year ago. Just want to update the tyres quickly. So Stroll is on the medium, Tsunoda is on the the soft compound tyre. Only man on the soft tyre, I believe. As now Perez is going to wait as they come into the chicane. He's going to go for the move into turn 9, rather. As Perez gets not the greatest exit in the world, but should now have a lot of speed into turn 9. And will he go for it? Yes, he does. Down the inside. And Sergio Perez gets the position, and he's up to 3rd, but he's wasted really a couple laps. And he's now 9.9 seconds behind with 12-ish laps to go. So it's going to be close, and he needs to gain a second a lap from now on if he's going to catch Leclerc before the end.
Yeah, so I'm saying Jesus because Lando's doing a purple first sector basically every lap now.
Good to see from Lando. He's having a good race. He's on the medium tyre. The medium tyre's working very well because I've seen a couple times George Russell has done the fastest lap of the race. And he's obviously on the mediums. And 28.8 is what the fastest lap is at the minute. As Alex Albon has just overtaken Pierre Gasly for 13th. Albon's having a really good race here. Gasly down 14th. I'll update that in a moment. Zhou Guanyu is on the soft compound tyre. And then the bottom 3 are on... actually, hold on. Schumacher is 15th. And then it's Zhou in 16th. And then the bottom 3 are on the hard compound tyre. Let me just update that. Schumacher 15th, Zhou 16th, Latifi down to the back. As we've now on lap 48 out of 58, only 10 laps to go in this Formula 1 season. And we've still got plenty of things to sort out before the checkered flag. And Lando Norris, new fastest lap, 128.3. Brilliant pace from Norris, and he should be fine now to finish, really, in 7th place.
Tell you what we might get by the end of this race, Chaz. We might get a 3-way battle. I'll certainly get it by the end, before the end of this race. A battle at least between Ricciardo and Vettel, and then probably Lance Stroll as well for the final couple of points paying positions.
Yeah, looks as though we will. Ricciardo 1.8 clear of Vettel, and Vettel has got Stroll all over the back of him. As here's an Alfa Romeo who's just letting Charles Leclerc, I think, through. And Zhou trying to battle Mick Schumacher. He's just put on soft tyres, so really needs to be getting on with it, but he can't. As Schumacher's now let Leclerc through. Will Zhou go for it? No. As Lewis asks, is it too late to stop? And they say, well, we'll drop to P6 and they'll basically be done if they did that. As Max now begins lap 49 out of 58. And Zhou all over the back of Schumacher for 15th position. And Zhou will probably overtake Schumacher in a couple corners' time.
Ooh, only half a second again on that last lap for Perez, Chaz. It's getting a little bit close now.
Yeah. And,
in terms of whether or not he'll be able to get it done, that is.
Yeah, as Lance Stroll overtakes Sebastian Vettel. Looks as though Vettel just let him go there, really. Didn't fight that one whatsoever. Obviously, Stroll is on much fresher tyres now. And on a softer compound. So let's see now what he will do against Daniel Ricciardo, who is, couple seconds up the road. And actually, he's a lot closer to Ricciardo than that. He's, I think, just over a second, or actually within a second of Ricciardo. And really getting on with it is Lance Stroll. And Vettel asks, how did we get the strategy so wrong? And, well, the reason they got it so wrong is they left him out too long. They should have really pitted him at least 3-4 laps before they did. And they just, left him out way too long. And Stroll on the fresher and softer tyres, getting the move done down the straight into turn 9. Let's now see, if we cut back, what's going on with Sergio Perez.
7 tenths on the previous lap.
Right, yeah, and as you were saying, it's going to be close, and he's not gaining enough. He's not gaining enough time. Now, lap 50 out of 58, and he's 7 seconds pretty much behind Charles Leclerc as... I saw a change for position there, but no. Oh, actually, we did. We had Zhou passing Schumacher. But yeah, at this rate, Charles Leclerc will finish in second place. As we're now looking at Sergio Perez, and yeah, last few laps, he's gaining, quite a bit of time, but just not enough. If he's going to complete a Red Bull 1-2. And yeah, he's gaining, a few tenths on this lap, but it's just not enough. And I think, you think he'll miss out? I think he will by a second or so.
Yeah, I think so.
Just doesn't have the pace in the end. And I think, as you were saying, the people that have stayed out on hard tyres, as Lance Stroll overtakes Daniel Ricciardo. But let's see if Ricciardo has to go back on the exit of turn 7. Probably not, because Stroll is on, much fresher tyres. Oh no, Ricciardo is coming back at Stroll. Would be great to see it, but we're not. And no, he has not got the move done. The Lance Stroll is now up to 9th place on the medium tyres.
Yeah, well, Perez only gained half a second on the previous lap. He gains about 2 to 3 tenths in the first sector, then it's very even in the middle sector, and he gains another couple of tenths again in the final sector. But yeah, at this rate, Perez will be finishing 3rd, and also 3rd in the championship.
Yeah, as gap now down to 6.3. And as long as Leclerc's tyres don't, seriously go off, he should be fine. Also, interesting to note that Lewis Hamilton looks as though he is heading for 4th place. Carlos Sainz pitted, obviously for a second time. And he's 5.7 seconds behind. Don't think he'll catch him. I think Hamilton will be probably just about okay.
Ooh, it's going to be close, Chaz. Won't lie. Carlos has been very, very quick. He's been doing high 28s, and Lewis is doing low 30s.
As we just saw there on the mini cam, Vettel getting all cross-eyed at turn 6, right behind Ricciardo, and they're fighting for the final point of this Grand Prix, and they've got Vettel's got Yuki Tsunoda now within a second of him on soft tyres, so gonna have to get a move on.
Gonna ruin it.
Yeah. As Verstappen, no, this is Perez. Perez now 5.8 behind. Black and white flag for Lewis Hamilton for track limits. And yeah, it is going to be really close with him and Sainz.
Yeah, Sainz is 1.2 seconds faster on the previous lap now.
Yeah.
And I've got to say, Perez has gained a little bit more time on this lap than he has on previous laps to Leclerc. So we're in for a pretty tense finish here between Perez and Leclerc, and then Sainz and also Lewis Hamilton.
Absolutely. And remember, not just is there a close fight in the championship between Leclerc and Perez, Hamilton is only 6 points clear of Carlos Sainz for 5th in the championship.
Yeah, banger. 128.9 for Perez. That's much more what he needed. That was his personal best. He seems to be really pushing with everything he's got now.
Good, because we do want a grandstand finish if we can get one. But it is going to be, be very close as to whether Perez does finish in second or not. But he needs to keep up this pace. And yeah, Carlos Sainz looks as though he's now cut it down to 4 seconds. The gap between him and Hamilton, or just over 4 seconds. I think Carlos is probably likely to finish in 4th if he keeps that sort of pace up. As Sebastian Vettel right behind Ricciardo, with Tsunoda right behind him. I'll keep an eye on that battle. Lance Stroll should finish in 9th place. He's 13.5 seconds behind Esteban Ocon in 8th. As Perez, not held up really that much by Zhou Guanyu, I think that was, in the Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo have had such a bad race, 15th and 17th. Thankfully, though, as we're on lap 54, as it stands, they will finish 6th in the championship because Aston Martin need to score 4 more points if they're going to get 6th. So, still things are looking good for Alfa Romeo, and 6th would be a great season for them.
Or another 8 tenths on that previous lap for Perez, Chaz. It's going to come right down to the final lap, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really close. As Hamilton now only 2.7 clear of Sainz, as they say, as he says to them, his team on the radio. We should have stopped, man. And yeah, probably he should have. But let's see whether maybe this traffic ahead that are going wheel to wheel can have an effect. Lewis Hamilton's got a bird's eye view of Valtteri Bottas overtaking Mick Schumacher for 16th place.
As Vettel is right on the tail of Ricciardo now, only half a second behind, with Tsunoda a second behind Vettel.
Yeah, and they should be coming into the middle sector pretty soon. Schumacher gets the move done. Oh no, Bottas gets back ahead because Schumacher lets Lewis Hamilton through. As we are now on lap 55, there's Niki Lauda's son, Max Lauda, in the Mercedes garage. Obviously, Niki Lauda was a vital part of the Mercedes team for so many years. And Sergio Perez now 3.7 seconds behind Leclerc. And Red Bull say, you're going to be on him on the last lap. You've got him. Yeah, this is going to be last lap stuff.
So Max just did his personal best lap of the Grand Prix, which was only 2.5 tenths slower than Perez's lap.
Ridiculous. Obviously, that race in Mexico was, that stint he did, well, the second and last stint he did was absolutely incredible, wasn't it? But bad news for... Yeah, sorry for cutting you off again, but in the first sector, Charles and Max both did personal bests. So what on earth is going on here? Of course, it's Carlos Sainz has already caught up to the back of Hamilton. And Hamilton, I think, is going to be... I've lost shifts. Shifts aren't working properly. Oh, dear. And he slowed down, and it looks as though Lewis Hamilton might be out of this race, as Carlos Sainz is now up to 4th, and Hamilton's trying to do like some sort of reset as Russell goes up to 5th. Lap 56, 3 full laps to go. Perez 3 seconds behind. It's literally going to be a photo finish of some sort. And yeah, Hamilton, if he can't fix it in the next 20 seconds or so, he's probably going to have to pull into the pits and retire. And I think he's pretty much at this point given up that it's going to solve itself. As he's now down to 6th. And Perez, thankfully, one thing that really helps, look, he's got DRS on Gasly and Albon, who are fighting furiously for 13th. And that's going to help him close time. Perez, I thought he was going to put his nose where it wasn't wanted. Thankfully, nothing happened. And I'm sure Gasly will be being screamed at to get out of the way. And surely Alex Albon will be getting out of the way on the exit of turn 9. And he does. And Perez... Well, we'll see what it's like when he crosses the line, but he should have gained nearly a second, if not pretty much a second on this lap. And Lewis Hamilton pits, and he is out of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix and will end the season without a race win. The first time in his entire career he has not won a Grand Prix in a season.
Sure, he's going to be very happy to see the back of the W13.
Yeah, absolutely. As Hamilton now, I'll just put him down quickly to
Perez did only gain 6 tenths on that lap. I think he did get held up actually quite a bit on through the chicane and then into turn 9, Chaz. So 2 seconds with 2 laps to go. Personal best by both in the first sector.
Yeah, it's going to be close. I think Leclerc, though, if you to ask me right now who would I put my money on, I have to say Charles Leclerc. I think he's just about doing enough here to get second. And obviously Hamilton's retirement puts Lance Stroll up to 8th, Ricciardo 9th, and Sebastian Vettel is now up to 10th. Aston Martin just need 1 more point and they'll climb up to 6th in the championship. But yeah, I doubt there'll be another retirement. I think, he's not gained enough, has he, on this lap? He hasn't really gained that much time on this lap. He's only 1.9 seconds behind. And we are now on the final lap of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And Sergio Perez, I think, has just lacked the pace at the end to grab second. So, Nib, quickly, a word for our soon-to-be race winner, Max Verstappen. His 15th win of the season. And obviously the world champion for this season. Yeah, just what a drive from him and what a season.
Yeah, the best driver in the world, and he's going to be the best driver in the sport for a wee while to come. I mean, even if he doesn't absolutely clearly have the best car like he did in the first half of the season, I mean, obviously post summer break, it's been a completely different story. He's a freak. We saw with his stint in Mexico. He's just ridiculously good. The deserving world champion. But yeah, unfortunate for Perez, he really cost himself with that little lock-up when getting past Hamilton, which caused Hamilton to re-overtake him. That's what's really cost him here.
Absolutely. As I've just noticed, Zhou Guanyu has gone up to 12th place. And it's now gone back up to 12th place. As Max Verstappen, I think now is just coming into the final corner. And here he comes out of the final corner. Max Verstappen wins the final race in Abu Dhabi. And it's his 3rd win here in Yas Marina. And wins, like I said, his 15th race of the season. And that's a record that probably won't be beaten for at least a very long time. Charles Leclerc finishes in 2nd. Sergio Perez finishes 3rd. And then it will be Carlos Sainz 4th. George Russell 5th, Lando Norris finishes 6th, with Ocon 7th, Stroll 8th, Ricciardo 9th, and Sebastian Vettel, I think, will finish in 10th place. Still a close fight going on, though, as they come up to turn 9 now. Vettel's got DRS, one final chance to overtake Ricciardo, but he's not close enough, I don't think. So he will finish in 10th, and then it will be Tsunoda in P11. Zhou Guanyu in 12th, Albon 13th, Gasly 14th, Bottas 15th, and then Schumacher 16th, Magnussen 17th, Latifi 18th, and your 2 retirements, Lewis Hamilton and Fernando Alonso. As here he comes, here they both come, Ricciardo and Vettel, the ex-teammates, out of the final corner, Ricciardo 9th, Vettel 10th. Brilliant drives from both. And salute to Sebastian Vettel. What a career. What a season he's had. What a race weekend he's had. And hopefully has a happy retirement.
You can't even see down the pitch straight because of the amount of pyro that went off when Verstappen crossed the line. I don't know if you heard me chuckle, but I was laughing at the amount of bloody pyro that they had going off. It was ridiculous.
It was ridiculous amount of pyro. If there was any more, they would have literally burnt the place to the ground. So thankfully, that's all it was. But there you go. Race over, and of course, season over. And that was a pretty decent race. Not a great race, obviously, but a pretty decent Abu Dhabi Grand Prix.
That was the best Abu Dhabi Grand Prix we've ever had, though. In terms of actual racing.
Right.
It was. Without question. That was the best actual Grand Prix that we've had.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. And yeah, this track definitely much better layout, thankfully, that they came up with. That's the top three now doing donuts on the grid. And
Vettel will join them as well.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it, that Hamilton and Alonso retired from the race. Because that's what it was, looking like it was hopefully going to be. But now fireworks galore going off in the distance. But yeah, race over, guys. And keep posting your comments in the chat because I will be coming to you guys very soon. And let me know who your driver of the day is and what you rate the race out of 10 for this Abu Dhabi Grand Prix today. Yeah, good season, like I was saying earlier, but not the best. But I'm sure that in the next couple of years we'll get even more great racing. If Sebastian is coming to the grid, which I think he will be, it's still going to be quite a while until he does. But yeah, Nib, quickly, yeah, driver of the day, and out of 10, what would you rate this race as?
What the day? That's a tough one. Because it was really a standout.
Stroll, probably. He started 14th, so yeah. I know you desperately don't want to give him driver of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here we go. Because I can do what I want, there's no driver of the day. I don't know who's driving the day, Chaz. I don't know.
It's hard to say. I know. It's hard to say.
I mean, I can give you a rating now. I'll give that a 6.5 out of 10. As now Seb is doing some donuts, and of course, Danke Seb.
Absolutely. Yeah, for me, I'd probably go Stroll, just because, yeah, 14th to 8th, that's a pretty good job from Stroll. But let me know, guys, in the chat, who do you think driver of the day is? I will set up a poll in a few minutes to ask you guys who you think driver of the day is. And for out of 10, I'd probably give this a 6 out of 10. Let's see, Sebastian waves to the crowd, and I'm sure he'll be doing interviews on the grid now. Like I said, amazing career, and hopefully he has a very happy retirement. And you never know, could come back in the future. There are those rumours, but I don't think he will. I think this will be the last time him in Formula 1. But do you have any final words for Vettel in terms of his career, if this is the final time, Nib?
I mean, it's sad. I mean, Christ, I hated his guts. I absolutely hated his guts at Red Bull. Of course, there was a lot of tension between him and Mark Webber, especially after the crash at Turkey in 2010, where Red Bull backed Vettel instead of Webber, which was quite insane. But they're ultimately looking after their number one driver. And then, yeah, I mean, just a phenomenal driver, especially his qualifying laps in those Red Bull days were just, he was unstoppable. You couldn't beat him in qualifying. I mean, Webber was always known as a great qualifier. Webber could rarely beat him. He was known as this kid who crashed too much, and he certainly proved those people wrong when he won 4 world titles consecutively in 2010, 2012. Sorry, I just completely forgot about 2011 then. And then, of course, 2013. He had some good years at Ferrari. I think some very underrated years. We've spoken previously about that. 2015. He was fantastic at Ferrari. He had some good Ferrari cars, but ultimately wasn't supported enough by the team to to then go on and challenge those world championships, which he probably should have been fighting Hamilton all the way to the end of the season in 2017 and 2018. But yeah, it's a sad day. He's a legend of the sport, one of the best we've seen in the over the past 20 years for sure. And the sport is gonna miss Sebastian Vettel a hell of a lot.
Absolutely. Yeah, amazing career. When he was at Red Bull, like you said, he was very hard stopping in qualifying, like you said, he was just amazing. They actually showed on the screen yesterday during qualifying that Sebastian has the record for the most pole positions in a season, 15 in 2011 out of 19 races. That is mental. To have that in terms of a percentage, that many poles in a season. And yeah, I remember back then, pole position just wasn't possible for anyone else that year, really. So, yeah, an amazing career. Obviously, what he did at Red Bull was legendary. And like Nib said, at Ferrari, he was, he had a very good time there. A shame, really, because I think that first season at Ferrari was probably his best season in terms of how well he drove himself. But yeah, 2017, 2018 were still good seasons. Obviously, made some critical mistakes, but as Nib said, Ferrari didn't give him the best support quite a few times. But as I was saying in the preview, I mean, maybe, yeah, you could argue he probably should have won a championship at Ferrari, or at least took it to the end of the season. I don't think you can look at Sebastian's career and say, there's a lot more on the table that he should have got. But yeah, great career, amazing career, and hopefully we'll see him again in the paddock. I'm sure we will sometime in the future. But as well, quickly before I think you go, because you're probably knackered, aren't you? Because it's like, what, 2 a.m. where you are?
Do not be silly, mate. It's World Cup time, of course. I'm on UK sleep schedule, mate.
All right. I was just going to ask about, was it Ricciardo? Obviously, great final race, 9th place. This could be, I think very well could be, in my opinion, it will be. Also, his final Grand Prix of his F1 career. Obviously, we hope it is not. Yeah, just some words for him. If it is, his final race, about the career he's had, because he's also had, Ricciardo, a great career considering the cars he's driven. He's not been blessed with, a proper championship winning car. So who knows what he could have done a few years ago, if Red Bull obviously had, much more power, but. Yeah, just some words about Ricciardo in case this is his final race from you.
There's going to be just a slight amount of McLaren criticism here. I mean, in terms of the actual team, I think McLaren have supported him well enough. But the car's brakes are awful. Carlos Sainz was able to relearn how to brake in that car somehow because he was young enough, but Ricciardo was just not able to do it. You can't trail brake in that McLaren, and that's why he struggled for such a long time, especially last season. But if Ricciardo went to another team where there was actually functioning brakes on the car, and I don't remember. I'm sure you remember at the start of the season. They had issues with their brakes.
Yeah.
You remember at Bahrain preseason testing, they literally couldn't do any running because the brakes were cooked. If Ricciardo went to a team where there were at least some functioning brakes in the future, I do think he could well and truly be back to near his level. I mean, it's not like Ricciardo's that old. But yeah, I still do hold out hope that he could get a seat. I mean, he could have got that Haas seat, but he doesn't want to drive for Haas. So hopefully the work that he does with should be Red Bull next season, can get some teams convinced that he can do a good job again for another team.
Yeah, I think if he was given another opportunity with a different team, I think I think we could see, the return of the Ricciardo of maybe not quite 2020, but a lot more of the Ricciardo of old. Because I don't think he, just suddenly became, a much worse driver overnight. I think, just the circumstances of McLaren didn't suit him as much. And like you said, I don't think the car, in the way it works or worked, suited him as well. So yeah, I think if we saw him, at I mean, you never know if Max and Perez have a massive falling out. You never know what could happen there. But if Ricciardo was to come back, with a Sauber possibly in 2024, and they've got a decent car, then yeah, I wouldn't count out Ricciardo for a bit of a bounce back. But I'll just quickly posted a link out on Twitter for the reaction here for the final race. Yeah, what, are you gonna stick around then? What do you want to do?
I'm gonna go off for the opening ceremony, which is in about 15 minutes for the World Cup.
I'm sure that will be a wonderful experience. Yeah, I gotta be honest, I'm not looking forward to the World Cup that much. I mean, I am from a football perspective, but there's just so much overshadowing it. But
yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm purely from a football perspective. I'm very excited for the World Cup.
Yeah. Quickly as well, for the obviously for your team or country, Australia. What do you think the chances are?
I think we'll probably finish third in our group, realistically.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, one of our best probably attacker, Martin Boyle, won't play in this World Cup as he picked up a little knee issue with Hibs before the World Cup, so that's ruled him out. But I mean, we gave France trouble 4 years ago. They had to cheat and dive their way to victory against us. That's just what they do. So, yeah, I think we'll be okay enough against France. I think we're going to change our formation though, which is a bit of a concern. We're going to play 3 at the back or 5 at the back end. We've never done that before, so yeah, that could be a little bit concerning. But then apart from that, of course, I think my second team in this tournament will be Uruguay with my man Darwin Núñez. So yeah, but looking forward to the World Cup purely from a football perspective, that's for sure.
Yeah, obviously, England playing tomorrow. Thankfully, don't have to wait too long to see him. But yeah, I'm not confident, really. I think
I've actually got you guys going to the semi-finals.
Really?
Just because you get a bit of a Mickey run.
Oh right, I think quarterfinals is where we'll get, and I think we'll just get beat by just a better team. I don't think it'll even be penalties, extra time. Yeah, I think we'll top the group, but I think we'll not play that great, and then probably struggle through a last 16 game against. I think we'd have to play Group A, wouldn't we? So it'd be like Senegal or Ecuador, or obviously the mighty Qatar. But yeah, I think we lose in the quarterfinals, but hopefully. Yeah, Australia do a bit better than expected. I think you'll finish third, but we have seen, haven't we? Quickly, I don't know. Everyone's desperate for me to start to win F1 again. What is it? The World Cup winners normally the following time around go straight to shit. So there's that to hope for in terms of your match against France.
Yeah, hopefully. Just to answer Crystal Racing in the chat, Alfa Romeo did clinch P6 in the constructors because Bottas finished P5 in Imola, I think it was. So, that's why Alfa have got P6.
Yeah, that is true. I thought the gap was, I think for some reason during the race, I thought the gap was 6 points. It was actually 5. So yeah, level on points. And yeah, Bottas, his 5th place at Imola, yeah, that's clinched it because Aston Martin's best was 6th in, I think, Singapore and Japan. So yeah, it's good that Alfa Romeo finished in 6th because they've struggled for so long with financial issues and they need the money a lot more Aston Martin do. But yeah, cheers, mate, for coming on. Obviously, cheers not just for today, but for all of the race watch-alongs you joined me for in 2022. And yeah, can't wait for next season. Probably, one more race next season rather than 2 more races, because I'm pretty sure the Chinese Grand Prix will be off the calendar. But yeah, can't wait to be back with you for next season. And yeah, cheers for this season, mate. Massive thank you, I have to say.
Yeah, always love doing these watch-alongs, mate. It'd be always very enjoyable. It'd be nice if some of the races weren't on at 4 a.m. So I could come and do the South American races that I've just missed out on over the past month. But what was I going to say? I legitimately just forgot. Oh yeah, and I am so looking forward to a break from F1. I don't know what these crazy people on Twitter are on about, saying they can't believe they. Oh, not a summer break. No, we can't. Oh, not summer break. Oh, not a break from F1. No, I'm very much looking forward to a break from F1. Too many races, man. Too many.
Yeah. Hopefully, this is a winter of moderate peace, I guess. And hopefully, by the time we get to like January or something, it'll just be quiet. I mean, we love. Well, I love, discussion in a community, but yeah, the F1 community on Twitter at the minute, and really this year, has been unbelievably bad. So, yeah, hopefully things are a lot better over the winter, and a bit better at least going into next season, because at the minute it is Chernobyl levels of toxic, I have to say.
Yeah. Just I will just quickly say it's just a shame that that's not fan bases on F1 Twitter for their drivers. It's cults.
Yeah,
it's a joke.
Yeah, it's. I mean, that thing you sent me last night about. I didn't actually say this in the build up to the race. So there was this thing in qualifying where obviously Max and Lewis backing up to start their qualifying laps. Lewis overtook Max before the final corner to get his going, and Max, I think, slightly steered his way, but it was, fine in the end. And again, something made out of nothing. I didn't even know about it until I woke up this morning. Like, it was nothing. Nobody cared. But obviously, because of social media and because you can look at the onboards of everyone all the time now, yeah, this break is desperately needed. It really, really is. But, yeah, again, cheers for this season, mate. And I'll see you again for next season. And obviously be chatting to you through the winter as well. So, again, thank you so much.
Of course, mate. And yeah, thanks to everyone that tunes in. Of course, the regulars, you've got Rook, you've got Crystal Racing, Tonka. Who else is there? There's Count Blanc, there's Brabham. I'm trying to think of the people that I always see in the chat. But yeah, thank you to everyone that comes and tunes in. We do really appreciate that. And of course, thank you for having me on as per usual, Chaz. It was quite, although it was a bit of a mess season, it was still quite enjoyable.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, cheers again, mate, and hope you have a good rest of your day.
All right, you too, mate. I'll see you later.
Bye-bye. See you later. Bye. And yeah, massive thank you for him, obviously, coming on today. And yeah, obviously, with what do you call it? With the timings of the races and sessions and all, it is very difficult for him because it's always pretty much midnight or, early morning when the races happen. It's very rare that it's daylight where he is when the race, is underway. But yeah, massive thank you for him coming on. Obviously, he's been on quite a lot this season. I know he's missed, I think, a few of the American races, but he has been on, I think, the majority of the season. Yeah, it's been great to have him on for another season. And just want to read out a comment quickly from Count Blah, who says, Chazza, thanks a lot for another year, man. 5 years now, going strong air. Yeah, it feels mental that this is my 5th F1 season that I've covered pretty much on the channel. Obviously, I've not covered each season on this channel in full, for every season. I think the only full seasons I've covered is basically this season, last season, and 2019. But I've enjoyed this season, and I'm looking forward very much to next season. But I've got plenty of content coming your way, guys, during the winter. But before I get into my race reaction, and you guys, can obviously post your comments about how you, what you thought of the Grand Prix. Let me just quickly do a poll in the chat, because I want to hear from you guys who you think driver of the day is. So, who do you think driver of the day is for the Abu Dhabi GP? And the options I will go for are Verstappen, Leclerc, Stroll, and I'll put Vettel in there as well. So let me just quickly do that. And between now and the end of the stream, you guys can vote on that, and let me know who you thought driver of the day was. Chaz, hold on, Crystal Racing says, I swear you, Chaz, covered 2017, 2018 pretty extensively too. I know you missed out a lot in 2020 due to personal stuff. Yeah, 2020, I was obviously figuring out life, really. Obviously, I'm a lot better now, thankfully. Yeah, I had on my old channel, my other channel, which is no longer here because I had to delete it with that whole copyright thing I had with my channel logo, that if you remember from a couple years ago. I had to delete that other channel, and yeah, that other channel, I think I covered the end of 2016, all of 2017, and then the first half of 2018. And obviously, this channel has been going since July 2018. And the first race I did was the 2018 German Grand Prix, which was obviously the infamous race where Sebastian Vettel crashed at Hockenheim. And that was the first race watch-along I had ever done on this channel. So, yeah. And back then, I didn't even have any graphics on the screen. It was just slideshow pictures, I think. But, yeah. Let's now get into, I think, reacting with you guys to the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Just want to quickly actually read out a few comments. Labgara says, thank Rooks, Chazza, and everyone. Super Kev says, thanks for the season, Chaz. Poor season, to be honest, but your commentary got me through it. Thanks for that. No problem. Rooks says, cheers, Chazza, mate. I watched only the British Grand Prix live this season. The rest was your commentary and timing screens. Enjoyed every minute. Well, maybe a few race delays dragged. Yeah. Yeah, it's not been the best season, but yeah, I think we've had enough fun here on the channel. Robert Perkins says, I nominate Chazza announcer of the day. Thank you very much for that. Let's see if I can find anything else. And no. Right, I will read out your comments in the chat, though. I'm just going to go through the teams now. And let me know what you thought of all the teams today in this final Grand Prix. So, let's start off with Red Bull Racing. The world champions, obviously drivers and constructors champions. Max Verstappen winning the driver's title. And Verstappen proving today why he is the best driver of 2022. And yeah, Max Verstappen, I think earlier this season I said that I still thought Hamilton was the best on the grid, but yeah, I think I agree with Nib. At this point, Max Verstappen is the best driver in Formula 1, and it is going to take some effort to stop him in 2023 and beyond. Obviously, kept the lead, did a one-stop strategy. Things weren't looking all comfortable because Ferrari looked pretty quick today, but in the end, pulled away from Leclerc and comfortably won Grand Prix by about 7 or 8 seconds, and deservedly won this race because he was too quick and was the best driver out there today. But great drive from him. And for for Sergio Perez, just lacked pace today, did Perez. And also with Checo, he I think really burnt his tyres out in the first stint too quickly, because Max Verstappen out front was fine, but Perez really killed his tyres very quickly. And I think that's a big reason why Perez finished in second place today, because if Perez went as long into the Grand Prix as Max did, then Perez probably would have finished in second place and would have been on a one-stop strategy. But yeah, rare that Perez kills his tyres quicker than others, because normally he's very good on his tyres. And then, when he pitted for the second time, Leclerc obviously ended up staying out, and Perez needed to gain a second lap if he was going to overtake Leclerc and complete a Red Bull 1-2 and finish second in the championship. And that is not what he did. And Perez finishing third. He's had a great season, Perez, but he misses out on second in the championship. To be honest, Charles Leclerc does deserve it. Leclerc has been the second best driver in 2022. And I think Leclerc's been definitely quite a bit better than Sergio Perez. But great season for Red Bull. 17 wins in 22 races for the Red Bull team this season. That is a stunning record, especially when you consider they've not had a dominant car for the whole season, like, for example, Mercedes had in the mid-2010s, or that Red Bull had in certain years, 10 years ago. It's been very impressive, the amount of wins they've got, and they thoroughly deserve, what they've got this season. And it's going to be very tough to beat them in 2023, no doubt about that. Now, moving on to Ferrari. And with Ferrari, a very good Grand Prix. This was the first race, probably since the Italian Grand Prix, if I remember correctly, that Ferrari have been pretty quick in the race. And you could argue at times today that Ferrari were as quick, if not quicker, than Red Bull. Very good pace. Charles Leclerc drove brilliantly in the race today. And obviously them converting Charles Leclerc onto a one-stop strategy was a brilliant decision by Ferrari, because Leclerc had great pace. The hard tyres really coped very well with going as long into the race as Leclerc did. And great drive from Leclerc. Deserves second, and deserves second in the championship. Hard to say really when it comes to if Leclerc had a competent team behind him, what would have Leclerc done this season. But I think definitely deserves to finish at worst second in the championship. Remember, Leclerc this season had 9 pole positions, and a lot of the time the reason he ended up not winning those races that he started on pole was due to his own team. So Leclerc hopefully has a bit more of a competent team next season. Hopefully Ferrari have a new team principal that they're rumored to be having in Frederick Vasseur. Carlos Sainz ended up finishing in 4th, really just benefiting from Ferrari being simply quicker than Mercedes today. Other than that, Carlos didn't really do anything spectacular or notable. And 4th place is where Carlos Sainz has finished. So Leclerc finishes second in the championship. Carlos Sainz has now overtaken Lewis Hamilton in the championship. So Carlos Sainz finishes 5th in the championship, with Lewis Hamilton dropping to 6th. And poor season for Ferrari. Should have pushed Red Bull a lot harder, but unfortunately did not. Now on quickly to the Silver Arrows. Simply did not have the pace. Very surprising, this Grand Prix, as to why, they were so slow. This was the first Grand Prix since Monza where really, Mercedes were the third quickest team in the race and in qualifying. And I think really this weekend, the reason they were suffering is because of the lack of speed in that middle sector. They just didn't have anywhere near the power and low drag that Red Bull and Ferrari have had. So, yeah, very disappointing from Mercedes today. 5th, and a retirement for Lewis Hamilton. For Hamilton, obviously was pushed off the track by Carlos on the first lap, then bumped over the little sausage curb, which I think must have done at least a slight bit of damage to his car. And that did cost him quite dearly, because he was up in 4th place and right behind Charles Leclerc. Who knows what he could have done after that, Lewis Hamilton. And then, stayed out on a one-stop strategy that he disagreed with, did Lewis. And then, was in 3rd. Carlos Sainz was not too far behind him. And then, towards the end of the race, Lewis Hamilton had gear shift issues and retired with what is a gearbox problem, I'm guessing, with Lewis Hamilton. And Lewis Hamilton finishes the 2022 Formula 1 season with no pole positions and no race wins. That is the first time ever in his career, possibly his entire racing or karting career, he's gone a whole season without a pole position or a race win. Truly record-breaking in a bad way for Lewis Hamilton, and I'm sure he cannot wait to see the W13 go away for the final time after this Grand Prix. But I still think Hamilton's had a good season. He's driven very well despite the poor car. But Mercedes have just got to simply build a better car for next season. George Russell finished in 5th. Other than the unsafe release that gave him a 5-second penalty, there's not really much else to say when it comes to Russell's Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Mercedes was simply too slow. Nothing Russell could do about it. And that's why he finished in P5. Mercedes, of course, finishing 3rd in the championship. A poor season by their standards, but I'm sure next season they will improve on, what they have done in 2022. And let's hope they do improve. Let's now go on to the midfield, and we'll start with McLaren. Lando Norris ended up finishing in 6th. Very quiet and comfortable race by him. Had the pace to finish ahead of everyone behind. Just, did his own Grand Prix. Didn't really bother with the cars behind. And, looked absolutely comfortable. And he got the fastest lap point, did Lando Norris. A great job by him. Daniel Ricciardo ended up finishing 9th today. Great race. His final race for McLaren, and possibly the final race for Ricciardo in Formula 1. Hopefully it is not. But, good result from Ricciardo. It's a shame we couldn't see this a bit more. And a good result for McLaren. 11 points in total for this Grand Prix. Alpine, though, of course, scored 6 points today. And officially, Alpine have won the battle for 4th in the championship. And Alpine, as I've said before, clearly deserve it. McLaren have had a disappointing season, and they've been one of the most underwhelming teams this season. Let's hope that they firstly start the season off a lot better than they did this year, and now they have made the car a lot better, and they've gone for a different, design philosophy with the side pod and all of that, and the car has definitely improved a lot during this season. Let's hope that, next season they can start off quite a bit closer to the front of the field, and then maybe in the second half of the season, McLaren might not be too bad and might, be able to grab next season a couple of podiums if they're, not too far off at the start of the season, which I think is really the key, because obviously they will have an extra bit of aero testing time in the wind tunnel next season for finishing a position lower in 5th compared to this season. For Alpine, well done to them. 4th in the championship, the highest placed position for them in the championship since 2018, when, of course, they were the Renault Works team. Technically speaking, they are still the Renault Works team. And, good job by them. Both drivers have driven very well this season. Esteban Ocon, congratulations to him to finishing in 7th and beating Alonso in the championship, even though Alonso still has been better this season. I think everyone would agree with that. Yeah, he's done really well this season, and Ocon has really shown that he is, right now, quite possibly one of the top 10 best drivers in the world and in Formula 1. So, yeah, congratulations to Esteban Ocon. Yeah, great job finishing in 7th. Obviously, Alpine basically wrapped up the fight for 4th in Brazil. Fernando Alonso, another reliability issue, a water leak, and that's why he retired from the race, as Alonso probably would have finished in probably 9th place in this race had it not been for that issue. But I'm sure Alonso happy now that he'll be going to Aston Martin for 2023. And yeah, great for Alpine, great season. And hopefully next season they will make a decent step forward. Yet again, like they did, from 2021 into 2022. And yeah, I think with Alpine, if they can make a decent step forward, there's no reason why they can't be at least fighting for 4th place in the championship next year. Even though I do think next year it will be a lot harder for them to finish in 4th, because McLaren, I'm pretty sure, will improve, and Aston Martin, I think, will improve a lot in the championship next season and will arrive at the first race next season with a much faster car. So yeah, it will be a lot tougher, but if they make a good step like they claim to have done, then it should be still a decent season in 2022. Now let's go through the rest of the teams. Alfa Romeo. So, yep, 6th place in the championship they have confirmed, even though Aston Martin scored 5 points to go level on points with them. Valtteri Bottas' 5th place finish at the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix means that Alfa Romeo finish 6th in the championship, and they deserve it because they've been the better performing team. They start the season off with a car that was miles quicker, and they, have also suffered a lot of reliability problems due to the Ferrari power unit being so unreliable. So we have to remember that as well. And yeah, it's been a great season for Alfa Romeo, and this increase in money, in prize money they'll get for next year, really is a massive boost for the team, because what it means is next year and going into 2024 as well, they'll have more money available to develop this car, and hopefully this car's development process will be a bit longer than it was in 2022. But yeah, for Alfa Romeo, good season, very happy for them. Valtteri Bottas has had a decent season. I wouldn't say a great season. Maybe you could say a good season for Bottas. But yeah, I think it's not been as good as maybe it could have been for Bottas. For Zhou Guanyu, he's not had the greatest first season, but I think next year is where we'll see, hopefully, a bit more from Zhou Guanyu, because I don't think he's been that great, I've got to be honest, in 2022. But I'm very happy for Alfa Romeo, because they really do deserve this after years of toil for the Swiss team. For Haas F1, they have confirmed 8th in the championship because AlphaTauri obviously did not score a point. Even though they were hoping to finish probably in 7th or 6th this season, it is a good, result for this season, because obviously this season has been quite tricky for them. They lost the title sponsorship of Uralkali, I think it is, the oil gas giant, at the start of the season, I think it is, or is it a different type of company? I'm not quite sure. But, they lost out on a lot of that money, and that really hurt their chances of being able to properly develop this 2022 car they've worked on for so long. And I think really, finishing 8th in the championship, they've done pretty well, to get that position despite the issues with development and money they have had. Next year, they'll have a title sponsorship, and they'll have a bit more money from the prize money they'll get for finishing in 8th place compared to 10th in 2021. that that they'll be in a bit better shape financially next season, and Haas F1 should be able to develop their car a bit more in 2023. So congratulations to them, even though 16th and 17th, Schumacher, very poor, I have to say, driving error, going into the side of, or into the back of Nicholas Latifi. Very poor mistake, and I hope we will see Mick Schumacher again in F1, because he's definitely good enough to be in F1. There is no doubt about that. And let's just quickly go through AlphaTauri. Yuki Tsunoda drove well today. Just a shame that Sebastian Vettel ahead of him had DRS from the back of Ricciardo, because Tsunoda, when he got within a second of Vettel, couldn't use his tyres as well as he could, because Vettel had DRS from the back of Ricciardo. So, yeah, Tsunoda a bit unlucky there that he didn't grab a point, but good weekend for Tsunoda. And Tsunoda this season has definitely improved, but there is still, like I said, a long way to go if he's going to make himself a proper, long-standing, successful F1 driver, at least in the midfield. Pierre Gasly finishing in 14th place. Decent progress from him, but yeah, Gasly's had a very disappointing season and been probably the most disappointing driver this season. I know people may say Daniel Ricciardo, but Ricciardo did also disappoint last year. So yeah, I'd say Gasly, the biggest disappointment driver-wise in 2022. And ninth in the championship, a poor season for AlphaTauri, given where they were a year ago. And quickly, Aston Martin. Sebastian Vettel, of course, rides off into the sunset with a final Formula 1 point, finishing in 10th place. Did the best he could in the Grand Prix today. Maybe you could say he could have got past Ricciardo, but to be honest, I don't think he, on that compound, compared to what Ricciardo had enough pace in the end to get any higher up the order. And if he did, then Aston Martin would have actually got 6th in the championship, but I don't think in the end he could have actually got any further up the field. So, good drive from Vettel. A great season. He really has had a great season this year, because the Aston Martin car, we know, has been so poor. And, if he was not retiring, I'd say he's got a few really good years left. But, yeah, sad to see him go. I don't think we will see him returning. Hopefully we do, but I don't think we will. And, great career. And hopefully a happy retirement for Vettel. Danke, Seb. Make sure to post Danke, Seb in the chat. That would be great if you could. Great drive, though, for Lance Stroll. My driver of the day. 14th to 8th. Great driving, great pace, great strategy as well from Aston Martin. We didn't get to see a ton of him, but was very, very good in this Grand Prix. And what Stroll has done in this race, and he's done it a few times in the second half of this season, and even just this season in general, he has proven that he's got the potential to be a really good driver, but just doesn't do himself favours with, what he did at the US Grand Prix, what he did in Brazil. Yeah, he just doesn't do himself favours, does Lance Stroll. But today, did himself a lot of favours and grabbed a very good 8th place finish. And next season, of course, has got the ultimate challenge of Fernando Alonso as his teammate. And Alonso, I'd say, a lot closer to his peak than Sebastian Vettel was. So, yeah, it's going to be a very hard task for Stroll. But I think Alonso will be surprised by how good Stroll is, especially in the races next season. But for Aston Martin, I think they're the team to look out for in the midfield next season as the team to improve the most. And if they can start 2023, say, 4th quickest team, and about a second or just under a second behind whoever the quickest team is, they should be able, by the end of the season, to be in a pretty good position. So watch out for Aston Martin next season, because, of course, they'll have a lot more aero, wind tunnel testing time than McLaren, Alpine, and obviously the top 3 front-running teams as well. So yeah, watch out for Aston Martin. They could be a real surprise package in 2023 if they can start the season off with a much faster car in the same way they ended the year with a much faster car than they started 2022. And finally, for Williams, Alex Albon had a good final race. 13th, was 1 point up in 11th place before his final pit stop. And yeah, great season for Albon. I don't think it's been quite as good as maybe some people would say. I don't think he's been, for example, one of the top 10 best drivers in 2022. But he has had a very good season as Albon. Some really good performances and has raised his stock in 2022, no doubt about it. And if that Williams car, like Aston Martin, if that Williams car can start the season off a lot closer to the front of the field or the midfield than it was in the start of 2022, then Williams could be a pretty decent team in 2023. And of course, Logan Sargent will be replacing Nicholas Latifi, and Logan is a pretty good driver himself, so it'll be interesting to see how Logan does. But Latifi, the GOAT, that we'll always remember and keep in our hearts, finishes at 18th and rides off into the sunset as well. And most likely heading to IndyCar, and we think to Chip Ganassi Racing, I think, in that series. So, yeah. Sad to see Latifi go from a meme perspective, but good season for Albon. Williams, of course, have dropped to the back again after finishing 8th in the championship last season. But if they can start next season off with a car a lot closer to the front of the field and to the midfield, remember, they'll have the most wind tunnel aero testing time in 2023. So they might be, like I said, a bit of a dark horse in the midfield next season if they can develop this car well, which you got to say they did in 2022 with that B car they brought to the British Grand Prix earlier in the season. But I'll go back onto these pictures and now come back to your comments in the chat. Let's see what you guys have to say. Sorry. I was just looking at something that Nib sent me. But yeah, let's see what you guys are having to say in the chat. Turbo says, "Is Aston Martin / Racing Point's wind tunnel even completed yet?" Let me have a quick look. Aston Martin wind tunnel. Expected completion, and this was September 2021. This article from Formula1.com. Expected completion late 2022 or early 2023. So, yeah. If they can get that built and ready for, before Christmas, then that would really help Aston Martin a lot. It really, really would. Well, F1 says I just can't stand Stroll. Bristol Racing says I give it until Spain next year when Alonso gets angry with the Strolls. If I can find any other good comments here if I can. And just trying to scroll up to see what you guys were saying earlier in the chat. And Eugene Kelly says, thank Red Bull for the toxic online gate. Now that they're getting negative feedback, Red Bull thinks it's toxic now. When it was Lewis getting all that racist comments last year, they didn't say peep. Well, maybe you have a point, but you're not exactly helping, are you? you're also contributing to it. But, do what you want at the end of the day. Stephen Evans, has been great to watch along with you guys. Cheers, Stephen. Been great to have you along. Turbo says probably 2024 is when they will get most or full use out of it. But yeah, if they can get it ready by New Year's, that would help. Vettel Hamilton asks, do you think Aston sabotage Seb many in this year with a strategy? No, I think it was just today. I think I see what they were trying to do. They just went too long on the first stint. If they'd pitted about 3-4 laps earlier, probably would have worked out better. But yeah. I mean, to be honest, if he had not pitted, if he had pitted a bit earlier, I mean, it wouldn't have made a massive difference. He would have finished in 9th place probably instead. Maybe 8th, but probably 9th. So, yeah, it wouldn't have made a massive difference. I mean, it would have to Aston Martin because they would have finished 6th in the championship then, but yeah. I think McLaren building a new wind tunnel also, yeah. I think that's supposed to be in place for 2024, I believe. Ken Wallace says, I'm happy for Leclerc stopping Red Bull, getting a 1-2. Good job, Ferrari. Crystal Racing says, Zhou started doing well when the car's performance began dipping down. Yeah. Well, hopefully, Alfa Romeo start next season like they did this season, and Zhou can be a lot more on it. Let's see if I can find some more comments. Crystal Racing says, it's almost like 2001 again when Schumi and Ferrari won both titles 4 races early because of reliability gremlins from McLaren and Williams. And then he goes into McLaren had a car that should have whitewashed 1988. Mercedes could have whitewashed 2014, 2016 if it wasn't for drivers hitting each other. Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of similar to that 2001 season. I have seen the season review for it, so I know obviously what happened that year. But yeah, Ferrari back then, like Red Bull now, with Schumacher and Verstappen, just too good, too consistent. And then yeah, the other two top teams just couldn't get their act together on enough occasions, which is a shame. But, right, I think I am going to end the poll in the live chat. I asked you guys, who do you think driver of the day is for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix? And 67 votes, and you guys voted for Sebastian Vettel as your final driver of the day in 2022. With 43% of the vote. Verstappen second, 40% of the vote. Leclerc third, 11% of the vote. Stroll fourth, 4% of the vote. Cheers for voting, guys. And yeah, I understand why people are going for Vettel, of course, because points finish and it's final race. But yeah, for me, I would have to go for Lance Stroll because yeah, 14th to 8th around a track like this is pretty impressive from the Canadian. But yeah. At this point, that's pretty much it, guys, for this race watch along. Stick around though, because I've still got a few things to go over rather. Which is, firstly, a massive thank you to all of you guys, especially my subscribers, and if you've newly subscribed for 2020. Yeah, if you've newly subscribed for 2022 and during the watch-alongs or just during the F1 weekends, been great to, get you into our community, and hello to you. And yeah, been great to have you here. And also been great to have all of you here for all of the watch-alongs and all of the race weekend content in 2022. It's, we've done plenty of content. Obviously, we missed the first 3 Grand Prix weekends because I had internet problems, and then I missed the Spanish Grand Prix because of eye surgery. But once we got over that, obviously didn't miss a race after that. And yeah, we, had a pretty great time from, Monaco on. And, things were very, very good in terms of, the watch-alongs, the enjoyment. The quality, I think, has probably, I'd say, improved. Not a massive amount of my watch-alongs, but it's improved compared to 2021. For next year, though, I am looking at not like, trying to set it off into the stratosphere. I mean, if I could, I will absolutely try to. But I am going to try and look at, improvements in all areas. Not massive improvements, but just improvements at the very least in all areas. Of course, if I can try and massively improve certain things, that would be great. But I'm going to try, do that, obviously, over the next few months. The next time you'll see a watch-along on the channel will be for pre-season testing, which is the last weekend of February, I believe. So, yeah, there will be watch-alongs on the channel again in 3 months from now, is it? Yeah, about 3 months and a week from now is when the next watch-along will be on the channel. But yeah, thank you guys so much for the season, so much for the watch-alongs. Been great to have you along. And if, you subscribed to the channel this year, thank you very much. And if you're new to the channel and you haven't subscribed, make sure to do so. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. And everyone, make sure if you haven't already to smash the like button on this stream before you leave and before obviously I leave this stream. But just want to quickly get into what my plan is content-wise for the next, say, week or so. So tomorrow night, I'll be live again at 6 p.m. UK time, reviewing the 2022 Formula 1 season. So if you want to hear all of my thoughts on the season, and I'm going to go in depth about my thoughts about the drivers, the teams, what the best races were of the season, best overtakes, all of that, everything we'll be going through in that. And then, that'll be tomorrow night at 6 p.m. UK time. And then on Friday at 12 p.m. UK time, I'll be uploading my Max Verstappen video about how he won the second World Championship. And it'll just be, not just me, laying out officially how he did it, but it'll also be me getting into the reasons why, the key reasons why Max Verstappen won the championship in 2022, and a slight look ahead to 2023. And then next Sunday at 12 p.m. UK time, I will be going live for a stream. I don't know what the topic is yet, but I will be doing a stream next Sunday at 12 p.m. UK time. So make sure to join me for that next week. And then I think the weekend after, which is the first weekend of December, I think I'm doing a stream that weekend as well. There is plenty of content coming your way on the channel during the winter break. I've got quite a few recorded videos to do. A 2-part Ferrari season review in December that I'm committed to getting out during the month of December. So yeah, plenty of stuff coming your way, and I hope you guys enjoy it. But yeah, cheers for this season, guys. And make sure as well to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 or ChazHD on Twitter. And make sure as well to join our Discord server, link below in the description, for more content like this and to keep up with the community that we have built here. But guys, thank you so much for 2022 and coming on for the watch-alongs and all the race weekend content. And until pre-season testing in 2023, in 3 months and a week from now, it has been me, Chazza HD. Goodbye.